writing a diary to vent, and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, The Shame of the Speedster, Quicksilver. 3 more chapters, please subscribe. Looking at the Versailles records in Lin Feng's diary, everyone felt complicated and wanted to flip the table. Considering that they couldn't beat Lin Feng, even if they flipped the table, they still turned the table back silently. The second stage, so that means he was only in the first stage before. Hawkeye Barton said. When he was in the first stage, he was no longer a human being. In the second stage, he can now fly and run 100 meters in 1 second, reaching the level of the so-called speedster. If he reaches the third stage, how terrible it would be. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng at this stage was a little scary. If he reached the so-called third stage, what a terrible existence he would be. Tony Stark said, Jarvis, did Lin Feng have a period of stagnation in his strength growth before? Yes, sir. According to our 24-hour uninterrupted monitoring, we compared the data and found that Lin Feng's strength had stagnated for a period of time until he fought the destroyer armor in New Mexico and awakened the Cyclops, and his strength began to make great progress again. Jarvis quickly retrieved the information, compared it, and said, when everyone heard this, they immediately understood what Tony Stark meant. That stage should be what Lin Feng called the first stage. After awakening the Cyclops, Lin Feng's power level obviously crossed another level and entered the so-called second stage. From this point of view, Lin Feng's power seems to be far from reaching its limit. The combat power of the first stage is probably not something we can deal with. After the second stage, the speed is faster, the strength is stronger, and the Cyclops has awakened. The ability to fly shows that his physical strength has reached a whole new level. Tony Stark said a little helplessly. He felt that the anti-Homelander armor he developed had to be torn down and started over every once in a while. Every time he collected information, the plan could not keep up with the changes. His potential was indeed forced out by Lin Feng. In order to be able to create the anti-Homelander armor, his armor development speed was also much faster, leaving him no time to be lazy. But even so, the research and development speed of his armor technology could not keep up with the growth of Lin Feng. Although reason told him that with the many dangers that the Earth is facing now, the stronger Lin Feng's strength, the greater the chance of saving the Earth in the future. Although Lin Feng is not a superhero with a strong sense of justice, and for him, being chivalrous and righteous may be just a game of playing house, his existence has indeed reduced the crime rate in New York. Although this is achieved by directly destroying the criminals' tools, the effect is outstanding. But he will always remember that Lin Feng is a soul from another universe, and he has no sense of belonging here, which means that he may go crazy at any time. Although the probability is small, as long as there is this possibility, Tony Stark will not be able to sleep all night, and will find a way to deal with it. Of course, Lin Feng is not the main target of his vigilance. There are too many dangers in this world, and this is not bad. But from Lin Feng's tone, it seems that there are still many speedsters. These speedsters should all be extremely fast. Black Widow Natasha said. Everyone nodded, but also realized that it was very tricky. And from Lin Feng's description, if Quicksilver Pietro, who was killed by bullets, is considered the shame of speedsters, then other speedsters will most likely not be killed by bullets. That is to say, dodging bullets may be just basic skills, and they may even be able to run faster than the speed of sound. After all, Lin Feng can now run 100 meters in less than 1 second, so it is possible to sprint at the speed of sound. If he is at the bottom of the speedsters, then the top speedsters may have a speed close to the speed of sound or subsonic, or even exceed the speed of sound. They can fully imagine how powerful the destructive power will be if the superpower is used well. There is no doubt about it. At least they have no way, because their speed is much stronger than yours. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as dodging bullets. If it was just dodging bullets, Lin Feng could have done it a long time ago, but he used the method of prediction at that time, predicting the ballistic tricks of bullets and dodging in advance. Some experienced veterans can also do this method, but they are not as good as Lin Feng. Tony Stark said. But at that time, Lin Feng did not say that he had entered the so-called second stage, let alone that he was a speedster. This means that predicting and dodging bullets is not the standard, but it may be that the reaction speed is faster than the bullet, and it can dodge without prediction. This may be the characteristic of this kind of speedster. How fast does it have to be? Hawkeye Barton said in disbelief. Isn't the bigger question what Lin Feng said, that this Quicksilver Pietro will be killed by bullets? At this time, Bruce Banner suddenly spoke up. Although I don't know how fast other speedsters are, even if we look at the speed shown by Lin Feng, if a human wants to run so fast, even if we don't consider whether he can do it, his physical fitness must be very strong. Lin Feng alone can reach the point where bullets and artillery shells can't hurt him. Then why was this Quicksilver killed by a bullet? After being reminded by him, everyone also discovered this very strange place. Since the speedster can withstand such a terrifying speed, it means that his physical strength should be very strong. How could he be killed by a bullet? This is completely unreasonable. No wonder Lin Feng said this was the shame of the speedsters. Is it possible that this speedster is different from Lin Feng's speedster? I mean, since they both have magic or divine power, is it possible that he didn't achieve his speed by physical strength like Lin Feng, but by some kind of superpower, or based on some kind of magic, or divine power, so his physical strength may not be that high? Tony Stark proposed a new idea. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, this seems to explain why a speedster who can reach the speed of sound can't withstand bullets. Lin Feng even called him the shame of the speedsters. I'm afraid that not being able to withstand bullets is not the key, but that he will be hit by bullets. At the same time, in a heavily guarded fortress in Sokovia, a group of Hydra soldiers patrolled back and forth. In a place similar to a prison cell, there were two teenagers, a boy and a girl, who were about 13 or 14 years old. The boy had golden hair, and the girl had a pretty face, long wine red hair, and red clothes. She was flipping through a diary in her hand. It says, Lin Feng's diary, Wanda's copy. Yes, this girl is none other than Lin Feng's beloved sister, Scarlet Wanda. But now it's just the girl version of Wanda. How is it? Is there anything new? Brother Pietro looked at Sister Wanda and said. Still reading. Wanda rolled her eyes at her brother. In fact, she had just obtained this diary not long ago. After obtaining this diary, her worldview almost collapsed. She almost instinctively didn't believe in these parallel universes, multiverses, timelines and other nonsense. But more and more things were revealed later, which made her have to believe that there might be some incredible world in this world, that is the so-called other world, a world that she had never thought might really exist. Especially it involves Tony Stark, the great enemy of their family. She was brought here by Hydra for some time. Hydra found a bunch of children to do experiments, using some scientific or mystical means, to try to make these children gain some kind of superpowers as combat weapons. Compared with other children brought here, she and her brother Pietro were semi-voluntary, because the people of Hydra said that they could help them get revenge. If they developed superpowers in the future, they could seek revenge on Tony Stark. As for why they sought revenge on Tony Stark, it was because one of the shells that fell on their house did not explode, and the logo of Stark Industries was so eye-catching. Their parents also died in the warlord melee that time. How could the two children know so much? For them, they were not able to distinguish the truth of all this, and they didn't even know which two warlords were fighting at that time. They could only hate Tony Stark instinctively, because he was the only person they could see, and existed in reality. In addition, the constant brainwashing of the nine-headed body filled their hearts with hatred. But all this has begun to loosen recently, because in the diary they got, although there was also a crazy side of Tony Stark, the scene of him taking the nuclear bomb away from New York and even willing to sacrifice himself to destroy the Chitauri mothership still deeply touched these two children who were not very experienced in the world. Their hearts are full of hatred, but they are not completely confused about right and wrong. So when they saw Tony Stark's selfless side, they had already begun to change their minds. And when they saw other crises that endangered the world, the situation changed again. For example, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, wanted to devour the Earth, and Thanos, the Overlord of the Universe, wanted to wipe out half of the life in the universe. In the end, he even wanted to destroy the universe and reopen it. Their vision and pattern were suddenly improved a lot. Compared with these, the hatred for their parents seemed a bit petty. It was not because of the hatred for killing their father and mother, but the existence of the diary made them start to think, was it really Tony Stark who killed their parents? All 3 updates are sent. Please subscribe, and the monthly tickets will be updated during the day. It is almost not enough. Please support us. If you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it will be a waste. Chapter 127 Shocked. Hydra is still here. 4th update, 650 votes and more. Although there were not many such thoughts, they had already torn a crack in the brainwashing field of Hydra. The 2 siblings were not brainwashed much, otherwise, they would not have given up their revenge on Tony Stark so easily in the original timeline, and they would have quickly stood on the side of the Avengers. There was a reason for that. They had a stronger resistance to the brainwashing of Hydra than ordinary children. Through this diary, they saw more things and a wider world. The hatred in their hearts was gradually dissolving, and they didn't even notice it. Every time they read the diary, they would confirm whether there were Hydra people patrolling nearby. In fact, as brainwashing test subjects, they were not paid much attention to. To be precise, they could only be regarded as consumables, which were consumables for Hydra to study and develop superpowers. It was not until later that they stimulated the superpowers in their bodies through Lokiceptor that they attracted the attention of Hydra. Lin Feng. This name appeared in front of Wanda again and again, gradually making her have different thoughts in her heart. Pietro. Wanda saw the Quicksilver Pietro mentioned in the diary, and she was startled. This is the same name as her brother. After Quicksilver confirmed that there were no Hydra people coming to patrol, he came to his sister's side and read the diary together. When he saw that the shame of the speedster named Quicksilver was also called Pietro, he frowned and said, "What bad luck. How come this guy has the same name as me?" But then, new words appeared in the diary, and the 2 read on. "What about you, Quicksilver, the fastest speedster in history? Look at the Quicksilver of the X-Men next door. What's his speed? What's your speed? He saves a few people, and you die after saving a few people. You are not as good as the villain of the Flash next door. At least he lives longer, and will not die immediately. Although I'm the Flash, the fastest person in the world, but there are people who run faster than me in every season. Doghead, but he does run faster than you." This version of Quicksilver may be the worst and least recognizable one in history. If he were not the elder brother of Olympia and a part of Olympia's tragedy, not many people would remember him. Speaking of this, Wanda and Quicksilver should still be in the hands of Hydra, but it is estimated that they have not yet stimulated their potential. The key prop, the Mind Scepter, has not yet arrived on Earth. However, the superpowers in their bodies should come from themselves, rather than the Mind Scepter. The Mind Scepter only stimulates the superpowers in their bodies, especially Olympia's chaos magic, behind which may be the Chaos Devil. It is not white magic or black magic, but chaos magic, which is so rare that even Doctor Strange has never seen it. It is better not to interrupt this process now. After all, whether Olympia awakens may be related to the subsequent development of the timeline, and the impact is too great. The death of the brother is insignificant, but the existence of the sister is related to the life and death of the timeline. This treatment is too different. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark looked at each other. Lin Feng was really venomous. He did not give up teasing Quicksilver in his diary. With the complaints just now, it was obvious that the death of Quicksilver was very interesting, and even more interesting. Flash, how come another one appeared? This is very clear. Flash. Tony Stark rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, different from the names of other people. The name of Flash is really too easy to distinguish. It is also very clear what ability he is famous for. Obviously it is speed. In Lin Feng's words, these speedsters should not be as simple as just one or two. There may be many. After all, this Flash has someone who runs faster than him in every season. There is someone who runs faster than him in every season. Why do I feel like I'm watching an American TV series? Hill complained. Maybe every season that Lin Feng teases is every time period. After all, isn't our Marvel divided into the first stage and the second stage in his mouth? It may be the way they divide the universe. Black Widow Natasha said. But the next door mentioned here, can't it be referring to other universes? Obviously it should be. After all, the Quicksilver of the X-Men next door mentioned here is obviously to Quicksilver, who may be isotopes in different universes. For example, a concept similar to Spider-Man. Nick Fury nodded and said, after almost a year of bombardment from Lin Feng's diary, everyone has become accustomed to accepting different dimensions, parallel universes, multiverses, and isotopes in parallel universes. It is not strange at all that there is another Quicksilver in a universe called X-Men. Although this is strange, how can a universe be named like this? But considering the naming of Marvel Multiverse, DC Multiverse, and the like, there is also the 199,999 universe. It doesn't seem so strange. There is no pattern in naming, at least, for them. There is no pattern. So, isotopes of the same person in different universes may also have huge differences in strength and ability? Hill continued. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They suddenly had a desire to win. They couldn't lose to others, especially to themselves in different universes. Otherwise, how would people in other universes look at them? Is it embarrassing? Look at how Lin Feng evaluated the two Quicksilvers. That teasing was simply embarrassing. Could they have made a movie about this? When they thought that they might be creatures observed by a higher dimensional universe, and their stories might be made into dramas, they felt uncomfortable. What's more uncomfortable is that, if they lose to themselves, they might be the worst one. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? This Quicksilver is Omu's brother. I didn't expect there is such a relationship. Carlson said. Lin Feng's diary mentioned the so-called Omu more than once, and here finally mentioned her real name, Wanda. The brother is called Pietro and the sister is called Wanda. With this clue, it's easy to find. Nick Fury thought of this. If there was only one Pietro, it would be difficult to locate, because there are too many people named Pietro in this world. But if you add a sister, and her name is Wanda, then the scope is greatly narrowed. I want to say, isn't this the point? Hydra. Why hasn't Hydra been wiped out yet? At this time, Captain America Rogers, who had been silent since just now, suddenly spoke up. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he directly reminded everyone that he didn't care much about other things, but he was very concerned about the Hydra mentioned here. Because defeating Hydra is one of his greatest achievements. It can even be said that he has been deified by the US government until now, and not many people oppose or question him, because he led the team to wipe out Hydra during World War II. The evil of Hydra has long been known to everyone after so many years of continuous propaganda by the US government. The legality of the 5 permanent members to rule the world comes from the victory of World War II, and defeating Hydra is also one of the important achievements of World War II. The arrangement for Hydra is actually similar to that of the Nazi German government. Ordinary members are disarmed, those with serious crimes are dealt with, and the rest are released after being detained for a period of time. The technical personnel among them are divided up by various countries. The big head was annexed by the United States. Basically, it can be said that Hydra was wiped out completely. This is what is written in the history books after World War II. Captain America Rogers originally felt that he was born in such a corporate era, and there was no place for him to use his skills. Even if there were some tasks occasionally, such as dealing with some terrorists, there was no challenge. So when he suddenly saw Hydra, he became excited all of a sudden, as if he saw the flag of the old era, which was a familiar thing belonging to his era. And everyone's face changed instantly, and they all realized what the problem was. Hydra, it was still alive. The ones who were least clear about these things should actually be Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. They used to be ordinary people, but even so, they had heard of the famous Hydra and knew that Hydra was notorious during World War II. But these people in SHIELD are different. Simply put, SHIELD has a great connection with Hydra. The predecessor of SHIELD was a strategic scientific corps, which was born to suppress the technology of Hydra. After solving SHIELD, it was transformed and upgraded to SHIELD on the spot, and was endorsed by the 5 major member states, becoming a secret organization above the agencies of various countries. Moreover, SHIELD also absorbed many scientists from Hydra to help them do research. Captain America Rogers gained supreme fame by fighting Hydra, and even killed the leader of Hydra, Red Skull. How could this relationship not be considered extremely deep? Therefore, everyone's face changed, and they understood it in an instant. If Hydra still exists, then it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to SHIELD. If the enemy of Nazi Germany is the Allies, then the enemy of Hydra is none other than SHIELD. If they are allowed to develop, the first target is SHIELD. Maybe there was a fish that slipped through the net at the beginning, and now I don't know where it is hiding and developing secretly. Nick Fury thought about it and said, "Today's 650 votes are added. Please support." Chapter 128, Hydra's strength shocks everyone. 5th update, 700 votes and more. Hydra still exists, even if it is just a fish that slipped through the net. It is a big deal for everyone in SHIELD. They and Hydra are mortal enemies. Just like the 5 major member states will not let the fascist countries revive. Their legality of ruling the world is based on your corpse. How can they really let you jump up? However, the problem now is, how big is this Hydra? How many people are there? And where are they hiding? They don't know anything about these. But because of this, in their opinion, maybe Hydra is not very strong yet. If it is very strong, it must come out to move. And as long as it comes out to move, there is no reason why it can't be discovered with SHIELD's global surveillance network. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Hydra is their nemesis, this nemesis has lost the support of the national government. No matter how powerful an organization is, without the support of the national government, it will basically not become a climate. The funds that SHIELD can get every year are huge, and the development speed is unknown. Even if Hydra is resurrected, it will not be much stronger. It's just a stinky rat hiding underground. So magic can be divided into white magic, black magic, and chaos magic. Tony Stark touched his chin. He was still interested in good magic. After all, Lin Feng said that he also had the potential for magic. In a certain timeline, he was still the supreme sorcerer. It seems that the people headed by Ancient One and Doctor Strange of Kamataj should be the white magic mentioned in Lin Feng's diary, and the followers of the Dark Lord Dormammu, that Cassilis and others, are probably the so-called black magic. Behind them stands the Dark Demon. But behind this chaos magic stands the Dark Demon. If we infer from this reasoning, then behind Kamataj, there must be a demon, or even a group of demons. Black Widow Natasha said. But this Wanda is very important, and even related to the subsequent development of the timeline. I just don't know what Lin Feng means by the subsequent development of the timeline. Everyone nodded. There is still too little information at present. Brother is dead. In the Hydra base, Wanda almost went berserk when she saw Quicksilver dead. She felt that a strong force in her body was about to burst out because of the emotional fluctuations. If she had previously thought that the so-called Quicksilver Pietro was just the same name as her brother, then now, with her sister's name being Wanda, she knew that this Quicksilver Pietro was her brother Pietro. For a moment, she almost couldn't control her emotions. Since their parents died, the two siblings grew up together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they depended on each other for life. She couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if she lost her brother. Quiet, Wanda, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Quicksilver Pietro said. At this time, he could only try his best to comfort his sister, even though he was also in shock. It turned out that the person who was also called Pietro was not, because he had the same name as himself, but himself. He was the unlucky guy that Lin Feng teased, the most useless waste. He almost instinctively didn't want to believe it, but Lin Feng's reminder in the diary was obvious enough. The brother's name was Pietro and the sister's name was Wanda. Could there be more coincidences in this world? And they were indeed in the base of Hydra. This made him a little bit overwhelmed. More importantly, if this was the case, wouldn't it mean that the tragic life of Aomei mentioned in Lin Feng's diary would happen in the future? Losing his brother was just the beginning. After that, he would lose his husband and his children, and eventually become the terrifying Aomei mentioned by Lin Feng. He couldn't imagine how uncomfortable his sister would be if she lost all her loved ones. He couldn't accept it. If all this had to start with his death, then he would reverse this beginning. he would never give fate a chance to catch him. After all, if he was the Quicksilver mentioned by Lin Feng, he seemed to be some kind of speedster with super speed superpowers, which seemed to be good, a pretty cool superpower. But why did he die? Just when he was puzzled, a video appeared in the diary. He quickly clicked on the video. At the beginning of the video, there is a close-up of a gold-plated scepter. Many people immediately thought of the mind scepter mentioned in Lin Feng's diary just now. Isn't this the scepter I used at that time? At this time, Black Widow Natasha recognized it. This was the scepter she used to cut off the outer energy shield of the device that created the space crack in the previous video when the Chitauri invaded. It was just a glimpse at that time, and no one knew what it was. But now it appears, and after the hint of Lin Feng's previous diary, it is immediately understood. This may be the Mind Scepter. This shows that this matter may be after the Chitauri invasion. In Lin Feng's words, the Mind Scepter has not been brought to the Earth, so it may be brought by the Chitauri. Later, after the Chitauri were defeated, the Mind Scepter also fell on the Earth. After that, Hydra used this Mind Scepter to consecrate Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro to stimulate the superpowers in their bodies. Nick Fury immediately tried to sort out the timeline here, and soon, many things were sorted out. Many things can be figured out with a little analysis. If this is not some other timeline, then it is most likely the direction of the future. At the beginning, the information revealed shocked everyone. Then a man and a woman appeared. Although they could only see their appearance vaguely, combined with the content of Lin Feng's diary and the experience they had accumulated from reading Lin Feng's diary during this period of time, they still didn't know. This is not someone else. It should be Wanda and Quicksilver. For Wanda and Quicksilver, it was clear that their previous guess was correct. It was indeed the two of them. In the video, urgent voices kept coming from the radio. Return to your respective posts immediately. This is not an exercise. We are under attack. We are under attack. A group of people hurriedly began to find the equipment in the arsenal and prepare for battle. At this time, the scene changed, and the members of the Avengers were attacking a castle base. Black Widow Natasha was driving a jeep off-road, and in the car, Hawkeye Barton showed his superb archery skills. Even in a high-speed, very unstable jeep, he was still able to hit the target and easily solve these Hydra soldiers. It can be said that the progress was very smooth. The first generation of the Avengers were basically all in it. Nick Fury's first reaction was that this was an action of SHIELD, but he soon found something wrong, because this was not an action of SHIELD, but it seemed like an action of the Avengers. First of all, they could not command Thor, or in other words, they could only command the superheroes related to SHIELD, that is, Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha. For others, even Captain America Rogers, if he wanted him to act, he had to explain the whole story to him, otherwise he might not be able to mobilize him. After all, he is a real veteran of SHIELD, with more seniority and reputation than you. The remaining Hulk, Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Thor were not their own people, and it was obviously impossible to mobilize them. In addition, there was no SHIELD agent team among them, which was obviously a private action of the Avengers. Thinking of this, he felt a little resentful. He was the nominal boss of the Avengers, but it would be very troublesome when he really had to mobilize them, but there was nothing he could do. However, he quickly restrained his little thoughts and continued to watch. The Avengers in the picture showed very amazing strength, almost sweeping. Even the alien army, that was dozens of times more than them, was not their opponent, let alone the Hydra soldiers composed of ordinary people. This series of wonderful cooperation shocked everyone's spirits. The various cooperations were tacit and handsome. Even Thor had to admit that this Avenger seemed pretty good and quite handsome. However, Captain America Rogers still frowned. Has Hydra developed to this extent in secret? There are bases, soldiers, high-tech weapons, and the use of energy weapons is something that no country in the world has done yet. Hydra was able to do it in World War II, so you can imagine how strong their technology accumulation is. However, at this time, Tony Stark in the picture has already flown above the castle, trying to attack from above the castle, but was blocked by the energy wall. Everyone outside the picture is shocked by the technological level of Hydra, especially Tony Stark. He was even more shocked. The technology of energy shield is something that even he doesn't have at present. This is also one of the basic standard capabilities that humans should have in the interstellar era that he believes. In other words, not only his armor has a black technology level that exceeds the current human level of hundreds of years, but some of the technology in the hands of Hydra can be described as surpassing the current technological level of humans on Earth for hundreds of years. The combat power of this Hydra is obviously a bit outrageous. Although it was destroyed in front of them, as if cutting melons and vegetables, it was not because the Hydra army was too weak, but because they were too strong. The 5th update is here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, being targeted by two heavenly fathers? My scalp is tingling. 6th update, 750 votes and extra update. It is undoubtedly very unfair to compare the combat power of ordinary people like them with the Avengers. It would be much more accurate to measure it with the army of ordinary people. It can be seen that this Hydra army is powerful. At present, the weapons mastered by the human beings on Earth are still weapons that use gunpowder as kinetic energy, and as for energy weapons, they are still a long way off. That is to say, Tony Stark has overcome the difficulties in this regard, but what is the cost of his production? The weapons produced by Hydra have obviously been mass-produced. It can even be said that the technical level of Hydra in this regard is higher than that of Tony Stark. Not to mention that Tony Stark does not have the technology of energy shield, and even the Chitauri do not have it. At least in the battle, what they can see in the battle is not shown, but now, it is actually found here in Hydra. The technical accumulation of Hydra in this regard is indeed amazing. It is only in front of the Avengers that it performs so poorly, as if it was defeated, like cutting melons and vegetables. If it encounters an ordinary army, it can immediately show its strong combat power. Captain America Rogers was very familiar with these energy weapons, because in the later stages of the war, it was almost standard for Hydra to have energy weapons, and many of the members of the Howling Commandos led by him were injured by these energy weapons. Just a simple battle scene made everyone no longer dare to underestimate the strength of Hydra. In the picture, Tony Stark, who was frustrated in the attack, couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. Don't say dirty words." Captain America Rogers quickly reminded, and then continued to ask, "Jarvis, what did you find from above?" The picture turned and came to space. A huge satellite was monitoring everything below. After a while, it said, "The central building is protected by some kind of energy barrier. The technology used by Citric is more advanced than all other Hydra bases." Citric. Everyone immediately remembered this name. There is no doubt that this is another leader of Hydra, but this also revealed another message. Hydra has more than one such base, and the technology is also very advanced, but this one is considered the most advanced. In other words, SHIELD has developed a huge strength in the past 70 years, but Hydra has also recovered to a considerable scale in such a long time. If each base has such strength, then the strength of Hydra is indeed quite amazing. And this opening should be that the future SHIELD has discovered some clues of Hydra and then launched an operation to eliminate Hydra. Jarvis can easily say that the technology of Citric's base is more advanced than other Hydra bases, which means that they have eliminated more than one Hydra base. Before they can think about it, Thor in the picture said another important information. He said, "Loki's scepter must be here. Without the scepter, Citric can't be like this. It's really not easy." Thor said while fighting. A big question mark suddenly appeared above everyone's head. This so-called Mind Scepter was not brought by the Chitauri. Everyone in SHIELD couldn't help but stop the video and analyze it a little. So, the Mind Scepter has nothing to do with the Chitauri? But that's not right. I deduce the Mind Scepter to cut off the outer protective shield of the device, right? Black Widow Natasha said in confusion. How did this Mind Scepter become Loki's? Then there is only one explanation. Before the Battle of New York, before the Chitauri invaded, Loki invaded the Earth first, and then he might have been defeated by us, and his scepter fell into our hands, and later used to cut off the outer protective shield of the transmission device. Bruce Banner said. Then this mind scepter may have attracted the attention of Hydra, and was stolen by them. We discovered the existence of Hydra through this mind scepter, so there was this battle. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed that Bruce Banner's analysis was the most reliable, otherwise they could not explain why the owner of this mind scepter was Loki, and this mind scepter actually fell into the hands of Hydra. And Loki is definitely ambitious. In the timeline, when Thor was shot to death, Loki took advantage of this opportunity to come to Earth. His ambitious look was the same as the evil god in mythology. That is to say, we may face another fierce battle. Captain America Rogers said with emotion. But he was not afraid. As a super soldier, he was born for war. Tony Stark frowned and said, if this is the case, Loki wants to invade the Earth, and Thor stands on our side. What does this mean? It means that there is an internal conflict in Asgard. Damn it, we Earthlings are divided into more than 100 countries. We haven't dealt with our own family affairs yet, but now we have to participate in the family affairs of a god-level civilization. Tony Stark's complaints were heard by everyone, but they also felt speechless. This matter was not something they could choose. They were always the invaded party. At this time, in the palace of Asgard, Thor said excitedly, "Father, look, that is Loki's scepter, which means Loki has been to Earth later, and at least he should not be dead now." Although Lin Feng's diary also vaguely mentioned this, now that he finally saw some traces of scales and claws, as a deep brother control, he couldn't help cheering. Don't be happy too early. It is possible that Loki has fallen into the hands of Thanos. God King Odin glanced at his son and said, "It is not clear how Loki's scepter fell into the hands of the Earthlings. It is even possible that he cooperated with Thanos and invaded the Earth with the Chitauri." God King Odin proposed another possibility, which made Thor stunned for a moment. He didn't think so much. Odin sighed. His silly son, in the end, still thought too little, and didn't know the seriousness of the matter. If it is really as he thought, it means that Thanos is not only eyeing the Earth, but also Asgard. That is to say, Asgard is still okay now, because he is in charge, but in the future it may face the prying of two great father-level beings. This may also be what Lin Feng said later, that his stupid son had to ascend the throne in a Nordic fishing village on Earth. Without him in charge, it would be a fatal thing for Asgard to be targeted by one of the father-level beings, which makes people's scalps numb. Not to mention too, Odin suddenly thought, should he prepare in advance? Since he knew that the future might be like that, why not prepare in advance? He is not a person who resigns himself to fate. In his early years, he was also ambitious to unify the universe. If he had not been taught a lesson, he would probably not stop. Since he knew that Asgard was bound to be destroyed, he could not stay. No matter how good Asgard is, he had to live to enjoy it. After all, Asgard is a people, not a place. It is the right choice to transfer Asgard's manpower, material resources, and financial resources in advance. But if you really want to do that, where should you go? Earth seems to be a good choice. Of the 9 realms currently under Asgard, that is, the 9 worlds on the so-called world tree, only Earth is likely to accept Asgard. Although the waters on Earth are deep, as long as Asgard does not show its ambition to swallow everything, it should not be targeted. Moreover, he was somewhat curious about what kind of magic this small Earth had that was targeted by so many big guys one after another. The secrets of the Earth may be deeper than what Asgard knows. No matter what kind of problems there are, we must be prepared. The invasion of the Chitauri was in 2012, and now it is 2009, which means that we have at most 3 years. Loki's invasion may be before 12 years, or even next year. Nick Fury said, "There are so many things happening recently that I'm even a little overwhelmed." He saw that Captain Rogers looked a little anxious, and he immediately said, "Captain, I know you are very anxious, but you can't be anxious about this matter. Since Hydra has developed to this point, there is more than one base, so we can't act rashly." "Yes, Captain, now we have finally got their news. If we alert them, they may hide deeper. We didn't find out for so many years before. If it weren't for Lin Feng's diary, we would have to wait at least a few years to know something. If we act rashly, we will only alert them. We at least need to know how many people they are, how many bases they have, and how many dignitaries they are colluding with. Black Widow Natasha also said. Captain Rogers thought about it and nodded. He also knew that, although he was anxious, he really couldn't be anxious about this issue. What he wanted to do was to complete his unfinished business 70 years ago and completely wipe out Hydra in one fell swoop. This time, he must not let them run away, like he did 70 years ago. Thinking of this, Captain America Rogers said, "I'm just a soldier. If you need me, call me. It is my duty to charge into battle." He knew that these intrigues and conspiracies were not his strong points. Now that someone is in charge, he only needs to exert his super soldier's combat power. All updates for today are sent. Please subscribe. Chapter 130 You Go and Kill the Avengers. Me. First update. Please subscribe. Jarvis, set up a new project, codenamed Hydra. Tony Stark said at this time. Try your best to find relevant clues on the internet. Don't miss any information, and then search for useful information. Compile it into a book. Notify me immediately if there is important information, and send me a briefing every 3 days. Tony Stark gave the order very logically. To find information about Hydra on the vast internet, only Kevis can be relied on. Normal people can't do it even if they die. This is where the human brain cannot compare with artificial intelligence. He still doesn't believe it. Hydra has developed to such a scale, and there is really no trace left. You know, even SHIELD will often be discovered by ordinary people, and there are even times when Sky invades and catches traces, let alone Hydra. Of course, the only way for SHIELD to deal with this is to spend a lot of manpower to delete posts on the internet, and delete the many information exposed by itself. There is no other good way. This is the characteristic of the internet age. Okay sir, the new project has been established. Jarvis said. Everyone continued to watch. In the picture, Black Widow Natasha had just dealt with several Hydra soldiers, and then said, "It's not easy, man. Yeah, our surprise attack didn't work," Hawkeye Barton said while shooting arrows. Tony Stark smashed the energy wall directly, and then he had the mind to joke, "Wait a minute, doesn't anyone want to express their opinions? The captain told us not to swear." Okay, I know, it was a slip of the tongue. Captain America Rogers directly smashed a tank on the opposite side with a motorcycle. It's not an exaggeration to describe his combat power as fierce. He probably didn't know that he also had a nickname, Captain with a honey mouth. The scene changed, and they were already inside the Hydra contracted base. Citric roared angrily, "Who ordered the attack?" He was caught off guard. He had no intention of coming forward. Even when the Hydra base in the United States was destroyed, he did not come forward. This is the characteristic of Hydra. Hydra has 9 heads, and each place has a head. What was destroyed was the headquarters in the United States. What does it have to do with their branch in Sokovia? In order to infiltrate and even control the small country of Sokovia, they spent a lot of effort and won over many local dignitaries. Only then did they barely take Sokovia into their pockets and almost turned this small country into a vassal state of Hydra. But no matter what, it was also secretly controlled. Since it was said to be secretly, it was obviously not allowed to be seen by others. Now it's good. It's like this. It's impossible not to be noticed. Basically, they have to give up. After all, this place is very close to Russia, one of the 5 major members of the council, and belongs to Russia's sphere of influence. Now the fighting is so fierce, not to mention that the Russian government will notice it. I'm afraid that all the major countries in the world will receive the news at the first time, and they can't keep a low profile now. And this base, there is no doubt that they can only give up. Although Hydra is rich and powerful, and it doesn't need this base, but if it continues like this, no matter how much money they have, they can't afford to mess around like this. Now that they don't have a blood-sucking tool like SHIELD, life will be even more difficult. The landlord's family has no surplus food. Mr. Citric, they are the Avengers. A subordinate came over and reported the battle situation. And another Hydra officer came over, reported, and said, they are airdropped in the dense forest, and our defense line is a bit tight. Citrix's face was very ugly, and he immediately said to Dr. Lister, a scientist of the Hydra Legion next to him, "They must be coming for the scepter. Can you hold on?" Citrix asked his subordinates on the side. "They are the Avengers." The men were a little dumbfounded. They were the Avengers. They had fought against aliens and even withstood the invasion of aliens. They were just a group of ordinary people. How could they compare? There was no possibility of comparison. Asking them to resist the Avengers, what was the difference between asking them to kill Tang Seng and his disciples? Me. Seeing the awe of the Hydra people in the picture for the Avengers, the people outside the picture were more or less proud. This was not their own boasting, but they really scared the enemy, especially the old enemy Hydra. These Hydra elites had lost their confidence in dealing with it just by hearing the name of the Avengers. At this time, Citrix also looked at his men speechlessly. He didn't think his men could fight against the Avengers. All the reserve tanks are dispatched to focus on attacking the enemy's weak points. Attack can inspire people. We are about to succeed and achieve the greatest achievement. Citrix walked to the side of Lister and said excitedly, "We might as well test the results and send out the twins." Dr. Lister glanced at Quicksilver and Wanda next to him and said directly, "Since they got the Mind Scepter, they have also conducted many experiments, but unlike when they got the Cosmic Cube before, the Mind Scepter was not developed enough, and the only successful test subjects were Wanda and Quicksilver. These are the only two spoils after they conducted human experiments." At the same time, during this process, they also constantly brainwashed the two siblings, deepening their hatred for Tony Stark, so that they could be used for their own purposes. And now, it's time to raise troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. It's too early. My people can still handle it. Citrix shook his head and rejected the proposal. Now we haven't figured out the source of the two people's superpowers, and they are still good experimental materials. It's really a waste to push them out to fight the Avengers. After all, only these two people have succeeded so far. If there is a mistake, the loss will be great. Besides, they were not completely without a chance of winning. No matter how powerful the Avengers were, they were just mortals. How could they compare with tanks and cannons? People couldn't compare with cannons, right? Right. Teams of Hydra soldiers led their weapons out, and their powerful firepower even directly hit the distant urban areas. "Sir, the urban area is being attacked now," Jarvis reminded. Tony Stark had obviously expected that these Hydras would not have any humanity. He quickly said, "I guessed it a long time ago. Citrix will not care about the lives of ordinary people." Then one after another Iron Soldier flew into the urban area. Iron Soldier Corps? Tony Stark took a look and recognized it immediately. This must be the Iron Soldier Corps he developed. To be honest, he also developed this Iron Soldier Corps, and even the shape was almost the same. Obviously, although it was Tony Stark in different timelines, and although the way they got the information about the Chitauri invasion was different, they almost thought of the same thing. The strength of a single-handed superhero is vulnerable to such a powerful opponent as the Chitauri. There is no way out, and it is useless to rely on the human army. The US military is already the most powerful army on Earth, but it still collapsed at the touch of a button. In the end, after thinking about it, the Iron Soldier Corps is still a feasible way. "It's really worthy of me," Tony Stark said with emotion. "It's really worthy of myself. This smart guy has thought of it together." Those Iron Soldiers flew into the city, but they were not very welcome. "The area is not safe. Please leave here. We are here to help." But obviously, the locals did not believe them, and even launched an attack on Tony Stark's Iron Corps. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but wonder why the Avengers had such a bad reputation. "Am I so unpopular in the future?" Tony Stark couldn't help but say. "I came to help, to rescue them, to save them from the rule of Hydra. No matter how you look at it, it is a positive role, but the result is like this?" Everyone looked unhappy. These people were really unruly. "Maybe it's because we brought war to the local area." Bruce Banner sighed and said, "Maybe the peaceful life they could have lived was disrupted by us. But even so, we still have to go down this road, because it is right and just, so we must insist on it." Captain America Rogers was the first to react and said, he encountered many similar situations on the battlefield, and there were indeed people who did not distinguish right from wrong. But no matter what, it could not stop him from doing the right thing. If he had to be restrained by such things, the world would still be under the rule of Nazi fascism. Yes, some things are destined not to be understood by others. I have encountered such things a lot. Tony Stark was talking about his recent experience. Because he may be the only superhero who has made his identity public, he has to face the problems that other superheroes don't have to face. For example, there will be bills for the damage caused when he was chivalrous. There are also notices from various courts. Some people were affected by his chivalrous deeds, including medical expenses, compensation, and mental damages. There are even some criminals who, under the instigation of unknown people, filed a lawsuit against him, believing that he violated their human rights when he was doing justice and needed to compensate them. Well, in the United States, human rights are a panacea, which can be applied wherever it is needed. The first update is here today. Please subscribe. Chapter 131. Each generation of Hydra is inferior to the previous one. Second update. Please subscribe. Faced with all kinds of troubles, ordinary people would probably be annoyed to death, but Tony Stark doesn't care. He has a large team of lawyers who serve him alone, just enough to deal with these problems. He will compensate those who should be compensated, but he will also argue for those who should not be compensated, and even go to court directly, and then he usually wins. Although generally speaking, it is still within the tolerable range, but Tony Stark is also very aggrieved. He is obviously doing justice, and he is a good man. But do good people deserve to be pointed at with guns? But when I think about it, it makes some sense. At this time, Bruce Banner on the side suddenly spoke. I don't know how you feel, but if it's me, when I was the Hulk, I caused countless destructions. I feel guilty when I think about it. Although Hulk is more of a destroyer, I think the mood should be the same. If I just bought a house a few years ago, and the loan has not been paid off, I just bought a car with zero down payment today, and I haven't driven it for long. At this time, suddenly a big green guy came over, and grabbed my car and smashed it into my house. I think I would go crazy. Although this big green guy just killed a terrorist, and may save your life in the future, can you still look at this problem rationally at this time? After listening to Bruce Banner's words, everyone seemed to understand the matter a little bit. With this description, the little grievance in their hearts was nothing. Especially among those present, the only real capitalist was Tony Stark. For him, he could buy a building without blinking, but others were not so arrogant. Even Captain America Rogers, who had just made a fortune from collecting copyright fees, was no exception. Although he had money, he still had the thinking of an ordinary person. He had already planned to use the money for charity, and he would just keep enough for himself. The Hydra, he knew, would often fight until they ran out of ammunition and food, with only the last soldier left. Often, the battle ended only when all the people were killed. They were even more radical than the most elite SS of the Nazi army. Captain America Rogers was even more dumbfounded. Is this still the Hydra he knew? Countless question marks popped up in everyone's mind. How could they surrender like this? Captain America Rogers was still thinking about how Hydra fought to the death, and how determined it was, but it surrendered like this? While all the superheroes were lost in thought, the leader of Hydra, Citric, was still roaring. The Americans sent those clowns to test us. We must make them come and go without return, and never surrender. Of course, the premise is that I can't be the one who pays all the price. Captain America Rogers nodded. This was also consistent with his understanding of Hydra. They were really a group of iron-headed kids. Very, very tough. Anyway, it would be difficult to make them surrender, even if they were beaten to death. Didn't you see the tragic end of Doctor Strange? But before he could say anything more, he saw that Citric had just mobilized the people below, and then immediately said, "Delete everything for me, I want to surrender." From this perspective, everyone seemed to understand why the locals were so unwelcome to the Avengers, even though the Avengers were liberating them from the hands of Hydra. Of course, a certain noodle country was an exception. Old man, the times have changed. This is also a new topic for the superheroes who have never considered these things. At this time, Captain America Rogers seemed to have truly realized what kind of era it would be 70 years later. Unlike the era he was in, one was more ruthless than the other. In this era, Technology was advancing rapidly, and people's ruthlessness was also rapidly regressing. Before the accident, he lived in a mansion and drove a luxury car, looking like an upper-class person. But after the accident, he immediately became a pauper, unable to afford any mansion or any luxury car. Hydra 70 years ago taught Captain America a profound lesson, letting him know that the enemy's will can also be very strong. These people are brainwashed and have a very strong will, which is one of the reasons why the fascist army is so difficult to deal with. This worker is the most perceptive. If it were them, they might not be able to bear it at this time. It's good to uphold justice at all costs. Hydra 70 years later also taught Captain America a profound lesson, letting him know that people can't be judged by appearance, and don't trust your own experience too much. And let alone other people. Even the elite middle class has to pay mortgages and car loans. But other people don't seem to feel so abrupt. After all, in this era, the German army went to get off work on time, and the self-defense forces were filled with a group of waste materials, and they were not as courageous as a group of gangsters. But just when he was about to do something big, he found out that Hydra was no longer effective. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Even as an enemy, the modern Hydra is far less stressful than the Hydra of the previous era. He even thought that the Red Skull's ability to lead the team was getting worse and worse. He had every reason to suspect that the Red Skull was not dead, so he could rebuild Hydra under his leadership, but the rebuilding was just like this. He could only say, "My son, I'm very disappointed in you." Of course, Citrix still had his own explanation. He said, if the Avengers get our technology, they will soon be able to have military technology comparable to ours. He was still very confident in his own technology. Hydra's military technology was far ahead during World War II, not to mention that after so many years of sucking blood from SHIELD, their technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, and is much more advanced than what outsiders see. Many technologies that are still science fiction in the outside world have been put into practical use here. For example, energy weapons, such as energy shields. What about the twins? Lister asked directly. They're not ready yet. Citrix shook his head. It was not time to use them yet. No. I mean, where are their people? Dr. Lister pointed to the twins who were supposed to be standing next to him. They were all hairless. A blue figure rushed out like a blue lightning. Speedster. With the size of Lin Feng in the diary before, how could everyone not know that this was the speed of the speedster mentioned in Lin Feng's diary, like a blue lightning? Tony Stark frowned slightly. He almost instinctively wanted to find a way to contain this speedster, because Lin Feng was also a speedster. Of course, Lin Feng's horror was not comparable to that of ordinary speedsters. Even if Lin Feng did not have that kind of super speed, he was still a terrifying non-human monster. But this Quicksilver was different. He would die. In other words, if you can find a way to target his super speed, you may win. Is there any way to trap this speedster? Tony Stark thought of many ways in his mind. For example, is it possible to build an electromagnetic net to trap the speedster? Let him be trapped in it and unable to move. This seems to be a way out. But if the speedster wants to attack him, how can he defend himself? For a while, he felt a headache because there were too many problems. How troublesome the speedster is. Soon, all the members of the Avengers knew that the Avengers, who have always used their superpowers to deal with ordinary people, also encountered another superpower for the first time. The first unlucky person was none other than Hawkeye Barton. He shot arrows at the Hydra soldiers in the forest, but it did not explode as expected. Then he was knocked down by the blue light, and Quicksilver Pietro also showed his appearance at this time, slowed down his pace, and teased Hawkeye Barton. Didn't you see her coming? Then Captain America was also knocked to the ground by a blue light. Captain America Rogers obviously has more combat experience. He immediately realized that it was some kind of speedster. He immediately said, "We have encountered a superpower." He immediately realized that it was not good. Hydra was more difficult to deal with than he thought. While Natasha, the Black Sister, was trying to treat Hawkeye Barton, she said, "Who can help me take down that bunker?" As soon as the voice fell, Hulk had already burst into an amazing roar and took down the bunker under the artillery. Hulk showed his invincible strength on the physical side. No artillery fire or bullets could hurt him. However, at this time, the experienced and battle-hardened Captain America Rogers immediately realized that the Hydra soldiers were obviously delaying time. Generally, during the war, when a base is about to fall, what will the commander do? Burn important documents, smash important machines, and destroy everything useful, and then decide whether to fight to the end or prepare to surrender. Captain America Rogers had experienced this kind of situation too many times during the fierce battle, so he reacted immediately and said to Tony Stark, "We have to go in quickly." "No problem." Tony Stark, who was closest, had rushed over. Soon, he found the weakness of the energy barrier and broke it directly. Wherever he passed, even the chariots were vulnerable and were directly blown up. "You can go in, guys," Tony Stark shouted loudly in the sky. New superpower. Thor blasted the surrounding Hydra soldiers away and asked. Captain America Rogers nodded and said, "Yes, he is very fast. Of all our new opponents, we have not seen him so far." Chapter 132, Shock, Shield is SHIELD. 3 more chapters, please subscribe. Captain America Rogers was also injured badly, but this was based on the fact that he had been injected with super soldier serum. If it was an ordinary person, he would probably be seriously injured or even killed. Clint's injury is very serious, guys, you must treat him immediately. The voice of Black Widow came from the team channel. Thor looked at the Hydra soldiers who were constantly attacking from a distance, and then he said, "I can send him to the plane. You and Stark are responsible for finding the scepter." "Understood." Captain America Rogers nodded. "They are coming very fiercely." Thor said. "Yes, it's like they were injected with hormones." After Captain America Rogers finished speaking, he and Thor cooperated in a wave, using the vibranium shield as an amplifier, and directly cleaned up a large number of Hydra soldiers in one wave. The cooperation between the two sides was very handsome. "Go find the scepter," Captain America Rogers said helplessly. Obviously Tony Stark was fighting back against him just now, when he asked Tony Stark not to swear. However, Tony Stark knocked them all down in an instant, and then blasted Dr. Lester away with one move. Then he flew out of the armor, and put the armor into alert mode. At this time, the Hydra base was already in chaos. Citric was already on the way to escape, and Tony Stark broke in directly. "I hope it's a secret door. I hope it's a secret door." He didn't know if his eyes would make mistakes, but in any case, infrared rays could always detect it. Believe in science. This is a material world. The battle outside has gradually come to an end, and at this time, Tony Stark also realized that something was wrong. While looking at the surrounding environment, he said, "I know you are very good at hiding." Everyone nodded. Tony Stark, who left the armor, was just an ordinary person. If others wanted to kill him, it would really be a matter of one shot. He couldn't react at all. Tony Stark opened his mouth. Although he wanted to defend himself a little, or to quibble a little, he didn't even have an excuse to quibble. Immediately, Jarvis completed the scan. The remaining Hydra personnel were terrified and shot at Tony Stark frantically, but they could not break Tony Stark's defense in the Mark armor. "In the wall on your left, I detected airflow in the interlayer of reinforced concrete." Tony Stark came to the wall and pushed it directly, and it turned out to be a secret door. Then he said to Jarvis, "Hey man, do an infrared scan here immediately." Tony Stark came to the computer and said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, you know, I want to copy the whole thing, and be sure to send a copy to Hill at the headquarters." After dealing with this group of soldiers, Thor gave his instructions and flew into the sky with Thor's hammer. "For God's sake, watch your words," Tony Stark said with a serious face. Then he followed directly. "Tony, you are too arrogant. How can you leave the armor?" Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark and said, "Without the armor, one shot can kill you directly, especially in the Hydra base. No matter how they hit you, they can't hit you. You ran out by yourself. It's too risky. He still has a grudge against me. He certainly understands the principle that a son of a wealthy family should not sit in the hall, but he doesn't know why he is so brave in the video. Normally, he would never take off his armor in wartime, which is a bit stupid. Although he could say that he is still a playboy, a scientist, a super genius, or a super rich man without the armor, he can't fool others or himself. Soldiers who leave their armor on the battlefield and seek death are just a matter of one shot from others. At this time, continuing to be stubborn can only be a big joke. What if you push open the door and find a mechanism? Is this something you can scan? Black Widow Natasha asked back. Okay, I know I may be a little reckless, but Tony Stark wanted to refute, but seeing everyone's concerned eyes, he could only say in the end, I will pay attention next time. What should he do? Facing everyone's concern, he can't just not appreciate it at all. He can only nod his head in agreement, saying that I appreciate everyone's concern. He is not a soldier, so his understanding of the battlefield is different from ours. Captain America Roger said. He didn't think there was anything wrong, because in his eyes, Tony Stark was just a playboy, an ordinary person after all, and it was normal not to have this kind of awareness of saving his life on the battlefield. In the picture, Black Widow Natasha calmed down the furious Hulk little by little, and everyone looked at Black Widow Natasha and Bruce Banner. I didn't expect you to have a relationship here. Even Bruce Banner himself felt speechless. He himself had never thought that Hulk could have such a side. In the past, once he transformed, generally speaking, he would have to wait until his anger was almost vented before he could wake him up. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible. And the only one who could do all this was his girlfriend. Or now it should be said that he was his ex-girlfriend. With General Ross as a father-in-law, it was almost impossible to renew the relationship. For Nick Fury, it was even more exciting, because he had an extra trump card in his hand that could control the Hulk. No longer had to worry about the Hulk getting out of control. He had been reluctant to find Bruce Banner before, and his biggest concern was that he was worried about the Hulk's direct rampage. The Hulk actually understood human words. He seemed to be a child growing up. Bruce Banner said with emotion. When the Hulk in his body first awakened, he had no reason at all, just smashing everything crazily. And after 2012 in the picture, the Hulk could actually understand lullabies. Although his intelligence did not seem to be very high, he had grown from an infant to a child and had the means to communicate. But then, everyone didn't think about where the Hulk had grown up, because Captain America Rogers found Baron Stryker and stopped him directly. Baron Stryker, the #1 villain of Hydra. Captain America Rogers said righteously. Strictly speaking, I'm a villain of SHIELD. When Stryker heard this, even though he was facing Captain America of the Avengers, whom he was afraid of to death, he couldn't help but retort. Hydra. It has long been inseparable from your SHIELD. The evil done by Hydra is the evil done by your SHIELDs. The villain of SHIELD. Without a doubt, this sentence almost burned everyone's CPU. The amount of information exploded all of a sudden. This Stryker was actually related to SHIELD. No, to be precise, he might be a member of SHIELD. In an instant, everyone's scalp was numb, and Nick Fury was sweating profusely because he thought of a more terrifying possibility. That is, this Hydra could not be parasitic in SHIELD. No way, no way. In an instant, he made up a very scary guess in his mind. Could Hydra really have a deep relationship with SHIELD? Snake Shield. Snake Shield. But in an instant, he suddenly thought of the snake shield mentioned in Lin Feng's diary, which was another very scary concept. He was very curious before. What organization was symbolized by a snake? Isn't it obvious now? Hydra. Why is it Snake Shield? Because Hydra is parasitic in SHIELD. Isn't that Snake Shield? No wonder they couldn't find any information about Hydra, no matter how they searched. No wonder they couldn't find any information about Snake Shield, no matter how they searched, because Snake Shield was on them. Or to be more precise, SHIELD is Snake Shield, and Snake Shield is SHIELD. This conclusion scared everyone. To be precise, they were scared to death. Because this was a direction of development that they had never thought of. Once this brain hole was opened, it could never be retracted. There was no going back. No wonder we always talk about SHIELD, but we have never found SHIELD. It turns out that SHIELD is us. Coulson thought of this and said with a cold sweat. Everyone nodded. Who would think of themselves It was even more impossible to think that Hydra could parasitize their shield. No wonder Lin Feng said that being noticed by shield was nothing, but he was afraid of being noticed by shield. Were we not very surprised at that time? Why would we be noticed by shield if we were noticed by shield? Now we understand. Black Widow Natasha said with sudden enlightenment, and she really solved another mystery. No wonder, but it's not right. Nick Fury realized that something was wrong. From the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, not even when S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor, the Science and Technology Corps, was established, the review of every member was of utmost importance. It was impossible for Hydra to be mixed in. Even if there was, it was only a few, and it was impossible for them to get a high position, let alone turn S.H.I.E.L.D. into a snake agency. Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., knew very well how strict S.H.I.E.L.D.'s review was. It was almost impossible for Hydra to mix in on a large scale, or even turn S.H.I.E.L.D. into a so-called snake agency, because when S.H.I.E.L.D. was still the Science and Technology Corps, it was already a key project of the United Kingdom and the United States, and it was impossible not to screen personnel. Today's third update is completed. Chapter 133, S.H.I.E.L.D. leads SHIELD. Fourth update, 800 additional updates. After World War II. But he immediately realized another problem, that is, the review of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not always very strict. To be precise, after World War II, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was just established, the review was relatively lax. At that stage, the United States absorbed a large number of Nazi scientists, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also followed suit and absorbed a large number of Hydra scientists. This was very normal in that era, because the top of the world's technology at that time was Germany, and both the United States and the Soviet Union snatched a lot of talents from Germany. In short, the United States and the Soviet Union at that time crushed Germany with their huge size, but in terms of cutting-edge technology, they were still far behind, even worse than Britain. By swallowing up Germany's high-tech industry, the technology of the two countries almost became the top in the world. Combined with the amazing industrial production capacity of both sides, they immediately replaced Britain and France, and became the superpower at that time, leaving behind the old powers such as Britain and France. And S.H.I.E.L.D. absorbed a large number of Hydra talents under the background at that time. In order to attract and snatch talents, all aspects were given the green light. Originally, they didn't think it was a big deal. The main body of Hydra had been wiped out, so what's wrong with absorbing some scientists? There were no sequelae between the United States and the Soviet Union. But now they suddenly found that they had to pay for their original policies. Hydra was obviously much more tenacious than the Third Reich. Hydra probably sneaked into SHIELD by giving scientists the green light. And it was done without anyone noticing. Isn't it happening now? If it weren't for Lin Feng's diary, they might never have thought that Hydra was parasitizing on them, and that SHIELD had turned into Snake Shield. At this time, if they could strengthen the power of the human side, even a little bit would be good. At this time, he was very glad that he didn't agree before. If he agreed at this time, he would really be finished. Anyway, he was not a good person when he thought that SHIELD, to which he had been loyal and dedicated all his life, was actually a base of Hydra. His hair stood on end and goosebumps fell all over the ground. They all thought that Hydra had been wiped out, so they were so relieved, thinking that no one would summon the soul of Hydra, but who would have thought that it had already parasitized you? How could he not know about Hydra, who grew up watching the story of Captain America? If that was true, including what they were doing now, it was all for others. The eternal big boss in various cartoons, movies, and comic stories derived from Captain America wanted to subvert the world and rule the universe at every turn. Because if you want Hydra to infiltrate SHIELD on a large scale, you have to become the top of SHIELD. Only these people can master the rules and decide who to absorb and who not to absorb. To be honest, he was not unshakable. If it was under normal circumstances, he would never agree, but in the face of the extreme crisis, that the earth could be destroyed at any time, his personal persistence had no meaning at all. So he was shaken. They didn't even need to recruit everyone into SHIELD. As long as some of them were transformed by Hydra, that would be enough. Nick Fury thought again that they could absorb resources from all over the world through the shell of S.H.I.E.L.D. So it was no wonder that they could develop such amazing military technology. Everyone nodded. The consequences were too bad. Now I don't know how far Hydra has infiltrated. It's really funny. I didn't expect that the shield mentioned by Lin Feng was actually S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but sneered. But now I think about it, it's a good thing that I didn't agree. If I agree at this time, it will be really finished. Whether the technology will fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., it's hard to say, but it will definitely fall into the hands of Hydra. And the rest of the people immediately thought of the most terrible point. I'm afraid that some people from Hydra have already reached the top. Nick Fury thought. It's enough to complete the secret parasitism of Hydra. Especially Tony Stark. He was sweating profusely because Nick Fury had not hinted that he should hand over the technology of the armor so that S.H.I.E.L.D. could make the armor. It's not without benefits. Originally, we were in the open while Hydra was in the dark. Now it's the other way around. Through this diary, we are in the dark while Hydra is in the open. We already know their existence and we will slowly investigate them later. Nick Fury said. He already had some clues. He started from the first Hydra scientist to find out which people came in and were related to those scientists. No matter what name they were recruited under, he would trace them bit by bit. Although the efficiency was a little low, it was still the best method so far. The key point was that he didn't know how many high-level American officials and even high-level officials from all over the world Hydra had corrupted by using the platform of S.H.I.E.L.D. According to his previous research on Hydra's data, he knew very well that this was inevitable. Even now, many people who look decent on the surface might actually be Hydra behind the scenes. There were too many things involved. If there was no perfect plan, let alone cleaning up Hydra, they might even be attacked by Hydra. He was suspicious by nature and began to doubt whether his boss was reliable. Would the representatives of the 5 major member states also be corrupted by Hydra? If he reported this situation rashly, would it provoke Hydra's counterattack and alert the enemy? So he couldn't be impatient and had to take his time, otherwise, it would only backfire. Everyone felt very heavy, but they were also very glad that they knew it in advance, otherwise the consequences would be even more serious. But this is based on a premise that no one from Hydra gets the diary. Tony Stark said. Now the diaries appear so irregularly, which means that they may appear in the hands of Hydra at any time. Will our advantage still be an advantage at that time? Everyone felt even more headache when they thought about it, and a moment later, Captain America Roger said, if it really comes to that time, we will have no choice but to fight. This time, we must wipe out Hydra completely. And Citrical in the picture was blocked by Captain America Rogers. He could only admit defeat and said, don't worry, after you catch me, you will definitely say that I'm very cooperative. But I want to sue you for conducting illegal human experiments. How many people are there? Captain America Rogers questioned, completely unaware of the appearance of Wanda next to him. Captain America Roger was about to capture Citrical, but at that moment he was attacked by a figure in the shadows, who blew him down the stairs. Captain America Rogers couldn't catch up and could only watch the other party escape. He quickly shouted in the team channel, found the second superpower, female, don't attack. Then he subdued Citrical in a few moves and said, I caught Citrical. At this time, Tony Stark also heard what Captain America Rogers said. He caught Citrical, but he made a bigger discovery. In his sight, in the sky, there was the wreckage of a huge Leviathan spaceship. It was the Leviathan spaceship that appeared in the New York War and caused great panic and damage to the world. There is no doubt that this attracted his attention even more. And this also further confirmed everyone's previous judgment that this incident should have happened after the invasion of the Chitauri and the New York War. So we can see this Leviathan spaceship. Thor, I think I saw the prize. Tony Stark also noticed the Mind Scepter not far away, but he didn't notice that behind him, Wanda was gradually approaching, because he was out of the range of the armor. So he was in danger of being attacked by surprise. If he was still within the protection range of the armor, it would be impossible for Wanda to attack by surprise. This was exactly the same as what everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. said to Tony Stark before. Because he was out of the protection of the armor, he was in danger of being attacked. Tony Stark outside the screen also looked very ugly at this time. He was completely hit by what others said. After leaving the armor, he was soon targeted by others. The self in this future time point was obviously too arrogant, or too reckless. He didn't dare to think about how he dared to leave the protection of the armor in the future, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the battlefield, the self who left the armor was the weakest one, especially when the armor was so far away from him. Wanda quietly caught up with him and attacked his brain with chaos magic. Just when Tony Stark was worried about himself in the picture, he suddenly saw the broken Leviathan spacecraft in the picture flying up directly. Wherever they passed, there were ruins and corpses everywhere. It was a scene of the war when the Chitauri invaded New York. What's more terrifying is that among the corpses everywhere, they were all his old acquaintances. Captain America Rogers, Thor, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, etc. Even the Hulk, who was almost unbeatable in his eyes, fell down. This seemed to foreshadow some extremely terrible future. Just when Tony Stark wanted to figure out what happened, suddenly, Captain America Rogers, who had already fallen, grabbed him and said with difficulty, "You could have saved us." After that, Captain America Rogers died. "Why don't you try your best?" someone said in Tony Stark's ear. When Captain America Rogers outside the screen saw this, he immediately said, "This is not me, I can't say such a thing." Today, 800 votes have been received, and an additional chapter has been added. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 134 Iron Man's Nightmare, the Chitauri Invasion Again. 5th update, 850 votes and more. Captain America Rogers instinctively denied it directly, because he and Tony Stark are essentially the same kind of people. That is, the kind of people who will take responsibility on themselves, not the kind of people who shirk responsibility. Not to mention that he would question Tony Stark, why he didn't save him. Tony Stark also nodded. He didn't doubt Captain America's words. He just looked straight at the screen. It was an extremely huge space crack, and everyone is very familiar with this space crack. When the New York War was going on, the Chitauri invaded the Earth through this space crack, but they were looking up from the Earth at that time. Now looking down from space, it seems to have changed the perspective and seen the New York War. Countless Leviathan spaceships directly killed New York through this space crack. This feeling made everyone shudder. With such a terrifying force, even if the Avengers were on the side of the Earth at that time, there was no chance of winning. There are too many Leviathan spaceships. Even if the Hulk and Thor have the ability to dismantle the Leviathan spaceships in a single fight, how many can you dismantle? Even if you are good at dismantling, you can't dismantle them all. This horrifying scene made everyone feel their hair stand on end, as if they were falling into an ice cave. This scene, Tony Stark muttered to himself. His face became even uglier, because he was too familiar with this scene. Since he knew that the Chitauri would invade New York, and had seen the combat power of the Chitauri, he had asked Jarvis to restore the combat power of the Chitauri, calculate it, and then input it into the combat model. But no matter how he adjusted it, the final result of the deduction told him that humans had no chance of winning against this kind of alien. This made him even more anxious, and he couldn't sleep every day and night. Once he fell asleep, this scene appeared in his dream. This is his inner demon, or even his nightmare. Although this is not a scene in the future, it is Tony Stark's nightmare and the scene he fears the most. Because the victory of the New York War on the Earth side was too lucky, so lucky that, as long as he thought more about the many coincidences, he would feel scared, and felt that it could not be replicated. For example, the other side did not come to the Earth with a large army, but passed through the space channel opened by the space transmission device. After the space channel was cut off, the battle was over. And this is only the end of the battle of the first invasion of the Chitauri. In fact, the Chitauri invaded more than once, but invaded many times. If the next time, the other side's army really came to the vicinity of the Earth instead of coming through the space transmission channel, this time there is no space channel to block it. What should we do at that time? For example, they relied on nuclear bombs to defeat the Chitauri mothership, so that the Chitauri Leviathan spacecraft and the Chitauri soldiers collectively lost command and combat effectiveness. But do the Chitauri only have that one mothership? Are there no other motherships? And even if they win by chance once, what about the second time? Will the Chitauri not learn their lesson when they come to the Earth again next time? For example, when the three giants fought Thanos, didn't the Chitauri army appear later? What should we do at that time? Even Hydra can develop the technology of energy shield, let alone the Chitauri who have already entered the interstellar civilization. Can't they do it? It can be seen that an interstellar civilization, energy shield should not be such an unattainable technology. The Chitauri who suffered a loss once will definitely be prepared to deal with it next time, as long as they don't have a brain twitch. The next Chitauri who come must be more terrible. They will go all out. What should the Earthlings do then? That's why I will try every means to create a legion of machine soldiers. Although this power is insignificant compared to the battlefield of civilization, it is better than doing nothing. Tony Stark's character, to put it nicely, is to prepare for a rainy day, to prepare for everything in advance, to think in the worst direction, and to make the most comprehensive preparations. But to put it bluntly, it is a deep persecution delusion, which is similar to Nick Fury's symptoms. So every time he suffers a loss, he will not suffer it again next time. The last time the armor froze in the sky, it will not happen next time. Last time, the number of armors prepared was not enough, but next time, a legion of armors and even a legion of robot soldiers can be formed. It can be said that it is this kind of character that makes him the soul of the Avengers, and one of the three giants of the Avengers, when he is just an ordinary person. He has never given his future to an illusory fate. But the scene he saw was extremely terrifying, and even Wanda, who controlled him and made him release the greatest fear in his heart, was a little stunned at this time. Even Quicksilver, who arrived, wanted to attack Tony Stark, but was stopped by Wanda with a weird smile, and watched him take away the Mind Scepter. When everyone saw this, how could they not know how deep the fear in Tony Stark's heart was? Tony, sometimes, you are too nervous, and you put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what, no matter when, and where, you have our comrades. You are not fighting alone. Captain America Rogers said comfortingly. No matter how difficult the future is, we can deal with it together. As long as we work together, there will be no enemy that we cannot deal with. Tony Stark heard these slightly passionate words and said helplessly, "No, I'm not that optimistic." Although he was touched in his heart, he still had to be arrogant on the surface. Your persecution delusion is still a bit serious, just like Lin Feng said. Nick Fury said. He remembered that Lin Feng once mentioned in his diary that Tony Stark had severe persecution delusion, and now it seems to be true. He can actually think so far. You are not much better than me. I have severe persecution delusion, aren't you? Tony Stark countered. The two patients with severe persecution delusion mentioned in Lin Feng's diary are Tony Stark and Nick Fury. They are both the type who like to prepare one hand after another. You never know how many backup plans this person has prepared to deal with you behind the scenes, even though he is on good terms with you on the surface. We seem to have strayed from the topic. Shouldn't we focus on Quicksilver at this time? He is really fast, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to deal with him. At this time, Hawkeye Barton spoke. Everyone nodded and agreed with this judgment. Quicksilver just made a few simple moves and made everyone fall down. But I think they should be able to win them over. First of all, Lin Feng's diary said that Quicksilver died to save people. I think he should not be so hopeless. Black Widow Natasha said. And he hasn't killed us so far. Otherwise, as long as he has a knife in his hand, how many of us can resist it? He can easily kill us, but he didn't. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, as if it was indeed the case. But the real important thing is this sister, that is, Wanda. She is the core figure. Lin Feng's diary just said that her existence is related to the entire timeline. In comparison, Quicksilver, who seems to be more difficult and will cause more damage, seems to be an insignificant little person. At this time, Bruce Banner said, "Jarvis, have you recorded the appearance of these two people?" Tony Stark asked. "We have scanned, recorded, and modeled them." Jarvis said. "Then search according to this appearance and this name. I think we may be able to locate the base of Hydra by this method." Tony Stark shrugged and said, "At least we can locate the country in which the base of Hydra is located." Just now, Citric said that the Americans sent the Avengers to test them, which means it should not be in the United States. Well, these things can be taken seriously, but at present, it mainly depends on Tony's ability. The situation inside S.H.I.E.L.D. is unclear now. We don't know how many Hydra people are hiding in it, Nick Fury said. Before we deal with the Chitauri with the last strength, it's best to get rid of the Hydra people. At the very least, we have to find their people and deal with them properly. Otherwise, who knows if Hydra will interfere with us at the most critical moment. First, we need to conduct a self-examination within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hydra is not dead, then they should have infiltrated our S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years. In other words, it is very likely that some of the senior leaders who have retired before should also be checked, Nick Fury said coldly. He didn't have any idea of respecting his predecessors at this time. Who knows how many Hydras there are among these predecessors. However, he has not thought about checking his superiors. In his opinion, the level of Hydra may not be at that level. After all, he was trained and promoted by Alexander Pierce. If Alexander Pierce is also a Hydra, then he can directly arrange his own people to succeed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and there is no need to let him take the position. Although he was able to take the position, it also involved the checks and balances of power within S.H.I.E.L.D. The 5 major member states above did not want to see Alexander Pierce and his family holding the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director for a long time. But in his opinion, his old boss could never be from Hydra. 850 votes for more updates. Please subscribe. During the new book monthly ticket period, urgent support. Chapter 135 Quicksilver is here. Quicksilver is dead. First update. Please subscribe. And the main thing is to check the people who have been in charge of recruitment. Coulson thought for a moment, then spoke. If Hydra is not infiltrating on a small scale, but on a large scale, someone must be in charge of this whole and constantly recruit their people. Only in this way can it be done. So every person in charge of recruiting people must be checked. Well, when the time comes, Coulson, you will be responsible. But the most important thing is not to alarm too many people, Nick Fury said. Because now we still don't know who has been infiltrated by Hydra. What if the person we ask them to investigate is Hydra? Then we will completely alarm the snake. I think we should not only check your S.H.I.E.L.D., but also check all walks of life in the United States to see if there is any suspicious person. Wouldn't Hydra infiltrate the business, government and military for so many years? Tony Stark said. When the time comes, one move will affect the whole body. They may have infiltrated the political, business and military circles. This time, we must completely eliminate them to avoid a repetition of what happened decades ago like this time. Give them another chance to grow up again. No, it won't be that easy this time, because we never thought that Hydra would revive before. Even if some Hydras can escape and lurk this time, it is impossible for them to lie dormant as deeply as this time. Nick Fury said. All countries in the world should be very disgusted with Hydra. No one wants such a thing to parasitize their body. Once all of them are found out, they can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Everyone thought about it. Even if some people in the major countries were infiltrated and corrupted by Hydra, such a major country has more than one power. It is impossible for it to be controlled by one force. The situation is often the result of the game between various forces. In comparison, Hydra is undoubtedly notorious. As long as the major forces are not crazy, they will know what to do. Everyone should be more careful in the future, Nick Fury said. From now on, my office will conduct anti-eavesdropping and anti-monitoring cleaning work twice a day to ensure that the secrets of the diary will never be known by Hydra. At this time, he was full of vigilance against S.H.I.E.L.D. from top to bottom. Except for a few people he recruited and could be trusted, all others were in his suspicion. Do you want me to help you detect your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network? Tony Stark proposed an idea. He was very interested in invading S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network. He had done this kind of thing before, but at that time, he didn't know it was S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, he joined the Avengers and had to give Nick Fury some face, so he didn't continue. But now this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take the opportunity to check the internal network of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury thought about it and had a headache. He instinctively didn't want others to invade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network, but this matter has already involved the huge Hydra undercover inside S.H.I.E.L.D. If he rashly sent someone else to check, maybe that person was Hydra, which would be a big joke. At this time, an outsider was really needed to check, and the only one who had this ability was Tony Stark with the assistance of Jarvis. Without such convenient artificial intelligence, it was unknown how much manpower and material resources would be spent to achieve the same level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but envy Tony Stark, who had too many good things in his hands. Give me a feasibility report, and no matter what problems you find, you must tell me, and I will give you an access to the internal network. Nick Fury thought about it and agreed. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Tony Stark smiled and said. At this time, the picture was still in progress, but this time, it was directly switched to a battlefield with ruins and the ruins of a church. Scarlet Witch Wanda was guarding the core machine. She looked around vigilantly. The next second, her brother Quicksilver Pietro directly smashed an Iron Soldier and came to her. Let everyone get on the boat. Wanda said to her brother Quicksilver. I can't leave you here alone. Quicksilver Pietro said. I can handle it. After that, Wanda directly controlled a robot soldier with a chaos magic and blasted it in half. Come back to me after everyone leaves. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, felt uncomfortable when he saw this scene. To be more precise, he was scared. Because in the previous picture, there was a picture of him being attacked by Wanda. If Wanda wanted to attack him, his head would probably explode like a watermelon. At this time, he had to admit that his luck was really good. On the battlefield, he left the Mark armor and was able to survive. He was really lucky. But looking at this, these two brothers and sisters, have they abandoned the dark and joined the light? This Wanda actually cares about civilians? But what made him even more surprised was that he saw that the church was densely packed with the remains of various steel soldiers. The reason why he was able to determine that it was a steel soldier was because the feature was too obvious. Especially the classic catfish face of his series of steel armor. Maybe other people can also make steel armor, but they can't imitate the catfish face, right? For example, the most typical one is Ivan Vanko. Although he is very powerful, he can also make armor and has good combat power, but he has his own style and will not imitate his catfish face style. So for a while, Tony Stark had more doubts in his heart, and there were too many things he couldn't figure out. Do you understand? In the picture, Wanda saw that her brother seemed reluctant to leave, and hurriedly said, I said, you know, I'm 12 minutes older than you. At this time, Quicksilver Pietro couldn't help but say, I'm the older brother, why do I seem to be the younger brother? Hearing this, Wanda just said angrily and amusedly, go quickly. She didn't know that this farewell would be a farewell forever. But Wanda outside the picture saw this scene, and her heart twitched, because in the case that she knew in advance that her brother would die, this picture, this daily bickering, did not look warm at all, and it looked full of uncomfortable points. The scene turned again, and Hawkeye Barton walked down from a huge spaceship. He noticed that there were still people who had not been rescued. After preparing himself mentally, he flew towards the direction of the trapped little boy. At this moment, Ultron suddenly appeared. He appeared in a Quinjet and directly shot at the Hulk, who was about to be appeased. At this time, he did not intend to let the superheroes go. He muttered, look at me, without a rope, the most free. As Ultron muttered, many people fell under his machine gun shooting, causing countless casualties. Hawkeye Barton held his child and watched Ultron drive a Quinjet to shoot at him with a machine gun. At the critical moment, Quicksilver blocked the two of them, took all the damage. When Hawkeye Barton opened his eyes, he found that it was Quicksilver Pietro who blocked all the attacks for him, so he was able to survive. Didn't you see him coming? Quicksilver Pietro fell down after leaving his last words. He probably never thought that he would die under someone else's gun in this situation. Seeing this scene, everyone was furious, especially Wanda, who directly burst out the powerful potential in her body. The endless chaos magic swept across and destroyed all the nearby Ultron robots. Everyone had just collected all the bodies of Quicksilver Pietro, and the furious Hulk jumped directly into the fighter plane driven by Ultron and threw Ultron down. At this time, Wanda, who was full of anger, came to Ultron and stared at Ultron. Wanda, if you stay here, you will die. Ultron seemed to want to act kind and tried to persuade Wanda. I'm already dead. Do you know how it feels? Wanda, who was furious, directly dug out Ultron's mechanical core. After losing her brother, Wanda was completely angry. It's like the heart was dug out. The scene ended here, and everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the story would unfold in such a way. Especially Hawkeye Barton. He never thought that it was Quicksilver who sacrificed himself to protect him in the end. He could see that in the picture. The future self was ready to sacrifice himself to protect the little boy from getting hurt. But who would have thought that his sacrifice was not achieved because he was saved by others? For a moment, he couldn't laugh. Because he could see that Quicksilver was still a child, at most 18 or 19 years old. And how old was he? By that time, he would probably be 40 years old. In order to save him, he sacrificed a young life. There is no doubt that it was difficult for him to judge in his heart. Okay, I admit that I can forgive him for seriously injuring me before. Hawkeye Barton tried to ease the solemn atmosphere, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. At the same time, everyone's hearts became more solemn, because this also shows another thing. As a superhero, you have to pay a price to be chivalrous. Sometimes the price is others, and sometimes the price is yourself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Wanda. Next time I will break Ultron's neck. Second update. Please subscribe. At this time, even the most demanding people have to admit that Quicksilver is great at this moment. He has the qualifications to be a superhero. He and his sister Wanda were born from Hydra and other products of Hydra's human experiments, but in a piece of mud and filth white flowers can also grow. It means that the two of them can actually be saved. When we face them in the future, we must pay attention to the methods and ways. They are not really those bad guys who are determined. On the contrary, they have a chance to be saved and become our teammates. Nick Fury said. Everyone rarely reached a unified position on this issue and nodded. For the Deads, of course, they must be beaten to death. But for such children who can still be saved, we still have to extend a caring hand. At the same time, in the Hydra base, Wanda instantly felt that there was a heat boiling in her body, illuminating the entire room. The moment she saw her brother die, she felt as if there was a switch surging in her body. Sister, calm down, calm down. Quicksilver Pietro said quickly. You are not right now, not right. You are starting to glow red. Glow red? Wanda was stunned. Without a mirror, she couldn't see what she looked like, but she seemed to realize something and asked quickly. Glow red, is it like the one in the video? Yes, that's right, it's like that. Quicksilver said quickly. So that's it. Is this what Lin Feng said? Chaos magic? Wanda muttered to herself. Instinctively, some uses of chaos magic emerged in her mind, as if someone had sealed it in her mind, waiting for her to awaken chaos magic, so that she could use it. That Lin Feng said, that our superpowers are not due to that mind scepter, but the energy in our own bodies. I thought he was talking nonsense, but now it seems to be true. Quicksilver Pietro said excitedly. Because this means that he may also awaken his own superpowers. But he didn't expect that. After witnessing his own death, his superpowers didn't awaken, but his sister's superpowers awakened. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Isn't he more sad than his sister? It seems that it should be. Wanda said. This makes me more certain that what is said in the diary should be true. So why did you use your body to receive it? With your speed, can't you push people away? You can't hug people away, but you have to use your body to resist, so that you can appear to be a superhero? Wanda glanced at Quicksilver and Pietro, and said a little unhappily. Seeing her brother's death with her own eyes was too much of a mental stimulation for her. She directly awakened her chaos magic. This should have been done in the future when stimulated by the mind scepter, but she didn't expect it to awaken in advance now. But seeing her brother's careless look, she was even more angry. Does this brother use his brain when doing things? It's great that he became a superhero all of a sudden, but what should I do? Leaving me alone. Thinking of what Lin Feng mentioned in her diary, her brother's death was just the first step, and then her husband would die, and even her 2 children would be lost. She couldn't imagine what that scene would be like. It was simply too scary. Now she was just extremely grateful that her brother was still there. Unfortunately, this was just a possibility in the future, something that happened on other timelines, and they hadn't gotten to this point yet. They still had a chance to save him. The damn robot. The next time I see him, I will definitely dig out his core as soon as possible, Wanda said murderously. Killing her brother was something that was absolutely intolerable, even if it was just a possibility in the future, but it had already made her experience what it meant to be heart-wrenching pain. Quicksilver on the side was also terrified. He had been a little afraid of his smart sister since he was a child, fearing that she would teach him a lesson when she got angry. But after being terrified, he immediately began to feel very angry. Why did he die by himself? His future self was indeed a little too reckless. So many superheroes participated in the war, but they were all fine. But he was the one who died in the end. Why? He was unwilling and very angry. Originally, he was very angry about Lin Feng's cheesing, that he was the shame of the speedsters. Why was he the shame of the speedsters? Especially after seeing his handsome appearance, he single-handedly beat the superheroes of the Avengers. How cool was that? Why was he called the shame of the speedsters? Especially since there was a so-called Quicksilver from the next universe who could beat him. He didn't believe it. But when he saw this scene, he had nothing to say, because it was difficult for him to understand the logic. As a speedster, he should have a way to dodge at the critical moment, but he couldn't. Although it was said to be for saving people, this explanation was a bit far-fetched. That is, the speed was not fast enough. If it was fast enough, this would not have happened. Being a superhero, you will die too? Gwen looked at the death of Quicksilver Pietro in the video, and her heart tightened slightly. Since she became a superhero, she has also been hovering between life and death several times, but she has made it through. Adding to the information she saw in Lin Feng's diary, to be honest, this was the first time she saw a superhero die. It almost gave her an illusion that superheroes would not die because they have something that Lin Feng called the protagonist halo. In other words, as the protagonist, they should not die. At most the people around the superhero are more dangerous or something. But I didn't expect that superheroes are so fragile and they die just like that. This made her understand that these superheroes can survive only because of the protagonist halo. Without this halo, the speed of death is no different from that of super soldiers. It really refreshed her cognition. Thor also had the same feeling, because he was accidentally shot to death by Hawkeye in another timeline. Well, he was killed alive. A dignified god died so aggrievedly. What's the difference between this and the aggrieved death of Quicksilver? When Quicksilver appeared, his identity as a speedster made him look so difficult to deal with, but who knew that he was so vulnerable? So, even in the correct timeline that Lin Feng said, those who don't have the so-called protagonist halo, will it be so easy to die? Thor said in disbelief. Without absolute strength, the protagonist halo is the best explanation. God King Odin glanced at his son and said, if he had your physical strength, would he still be afraid of this level of attack? Odin said a truth, and Thor thought about it. It seemed to be true. It's better to say that he doesn't have the protagonist halo than that he doesn't have enough strength. But he immediately began to worry again, because compared with the enemies he will face later, he is also the one with insufficient strength. How can this be compared? There is no comparison at all. In other words, the difficulties that Quicksilver is facing now will also appear in him in the future, which makes it difficult for people to hold back. And the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. were a little speechless. Although they roughly knew from Lin Feng's diary that Quicksilver would die, and there was a high probability that he would die a bit sloppy, they didn't expect that it could be so sloppy. There was no soft BGM, no touching farewell, and he just died directly. Hawkeye Barton felt a little guilty, because after all, from the cause and effect, Quicksilver died to save himself and the child in his arms. Although it has not happened yet, he feels like he has killed a teenager. He was only 18 or 19 years old, still the best age, and had not yet enjoyed the world, but he died to save him. Although I know that I will be teased by Lin Feng and should die ugly, I really didn't expect it to be so sloppy, Hill said with a smile. But I always feel that I owe this child, Hawkeye Barton sighed and said, "He caused me to be seriously injured and almost died, but in the end it was he who saved me. This feeling is hard to describe. Anyway, Clint, don't think too much. I think this should not be your intention, nor his intention. All this is an accident." Black Widow Natasha said, "You all have the heart of a superhero, and you protected that child. But I didn't save the other child. In fact, I'm the most useless one in the Avengers. Perhaps I should leave." Hawkeye Barton said with deep self-blame. If he had been a little more careful, if he had been a little stronger, maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this. We should learn to get used to it. Being a superhero, this is probably something we have to face. Even if one of us dies one day, it's normal. Captain America Rogers sighed. Such things have actually happened. For example, Tony Stark, who has been confirmed to have died in a certain timeline, is the most typical example. I know, it's not that I'm not prepared for this, it's just that he's just a child. Hawkeye Barton sighed. Then just don't let this happen again this time. Black Widow Natasha comforted. Chapter 137 The Flash is in a nuclear explosion? Everyone is numb. 3 updates. Please subscribe. Just when everyone was immersed in this sadness, a diary in the video was updated. As we all know, in Marvel, Ancient One died because the special effects were too expensive. Tony Stark died because the film remuneration was too expensive, and Quicksilver died because the copyright could not be negotiated. Doghead. But Quicksilver's death was indeed a bit too hasty. Look at which speedster is as outrageous as yours. You don't talk about the Flash next door. He can go back 20 years to see his mother. Can you do it? He can reset the entire universe. Can you? Let me tell you a hell joke. When the Flash's mother died, the whole house was full of Barry Allen who wanted his mother to come back to see her. Then here is an elementary school math problem. Please ask, when the Flash's mother was killed by the Reverse Flash, how many Flashes were there outside the house? Pure hell joke, but even if you can't compare with the Flash who saved 530,000 people in a city under a nuclear explosion, you are still far behind the Quicksilver of the X-Men next door. No wonder it was the Quicksilver next door, not you, when WandaVision returned. Do you want to reflect on yourself? Have you improved your level in recent years? Don't always blame the copyright for not being able to be negotiated. It's difficult for us, okay? A paragraph of complaints full of Lin's style appeared on the diary, but everyone who read it was a little scalp tingling. The amount of information involved was too much. Tony, you have another one of the duo of weird deaths. Black Widow Natasha said jokingly. Tony Stark said speechlessly. He was very depressed about Lin Feng's countless cheesing that he died because of the high salary. It was difficult for him. Okay. You only blame his high salary. Has his profitability improved in these years? Have you reflected on yourself? Do you blame him for everything? Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons, okay? If your film company can't afford him to make a movie, it's your own fault. And Guyi is just like him, being complained by Lin Feng every day. Now, there is one more person. Quicksilver died in a very strange way. In Lin Feng's words, the cause of death was actually because of the copyright issue. Is there anything more outrageous than this? But he is used to Lin Feng's ridicule. What really caught his attention is the Flash. The Flash from the next universe, the speedster compared with Quicksilver. He originally thought that he had already understood what a speedster is. It's nothing more than running faster, but no matter how fast it is, there are some traces, such as the blue light, that they can see with their naked eyes. The speed is extremely fast, which is probably about this level. In other words, even if compared with Lin Feng, it's just a 100-meter run in 1 second. Although this may be the threshold of a speedster, it's not much different. But now, reality told him that there was no big difference. Look at Lin Feng's description. Is this a normal human? Saving the people of a city under a nuclear explosion. Is this normal? Isn't this something that a normal creature can do? Even a god like Thor can't do it at all. Jarvis, calculate, if you want to rescue people and take them to a safe place at the moment of a nuclear explosion in a city, what is the minimum speed required? Tony Stark asked. Even with his genius brain, he would still have a headache when facing such a huge amount of data calculation. But fortunately, he still has Jarvis, and this kind of pure mathematical problem is very easy. He can only say that it must be far faster than the speed of light, based on the calculation that he can lift 2 people each time, and at the same time, calculate the dozens of miles required to stay away from the nuclear explosion area, and to complete the rescue in an almost stationary state at the moment of the nuclear explosion. It is roughly estimated that he needs to run at a speed of 200 million trillion meters per second, 9.99 trillion times the speed of light. Jarvis quickly set the conditions according to the relevant data and came to a conclusion. Everyone was numb. To be more precise, the air suddenly fell silent. This number was so large that their pig brains were overloaded and the CPU was emitting sparks. Just thinking about it made them feel like their brains were about to burn dry. Can anyone tell me what this concept is? Captain America Rogers looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but speak. He was already outrageous just by looking at these numbers, but he had no idea how fast it would be. Tony Stark took a deep breath and then said, "Let me put it this way. For example, the diameter of our Milky Way is about 100,000 to 120,000 light years. That is to say, even light would take 100,000 to 120,000 years to travel from one end to the other. If the Flash runs at this speed, it would only take about 0.4 seconds to cover this diameter, which is the time it takes for us to blink an eye. He has already covered the diameter of the Milky Way." After explaining this, everyone probably had a complete concept, so they should understand, right? What ahead? How to understand this? It takes light 100,000 to 120,000 years to reach a place, but the Flash can cross it in 0.4 seconds? Not even a second? The difference in strength between the speedsters is too big. Lin Feng said that he can run 100 meters in 1 second, so he is a speedster, but this Flash can cross the entire galaxy in less than a second. Hawkeye Barton said in shock. To be honest, until now, he felt that his brain capacity was not enough, and his brain was completely confused by such huge digital calculations. But the speed difference between this and Quicksilver is indeed a bit big. It seems that there is nothing wrong with him being called the shame of the speedsters. Hill said. Everyone nodded. Before, they thought that Lin Feng saying that Quicksilver was the shame of the speedsters was too much. How could it be so humiliating? But now it seems that it is not too much. Of course, if Quicksilver is the shame of the speedsters, then Lin Feng himself is also the shame of the speedsters. Because he himself joked that he had also stepped into the threshold of a speedster. Of course Lin Feng's power did not only come from super speed, that was just one of his abilities. But to run at this speed, can the human body support it? Bruce Banner said. I think let alone ordinary people, even if it is Hulk, if he runs at this speed, the friction will break down every cell of his body in an instant. With any material I know of at present, it is impossible to fly at this speed, not even metal. Tony Stark said. So I think it is very likely that it is not the physical body we know of that can resist it, but rather some kind of magic, or divine power, or magical power. Anyway, it will not be a general situation. When in doubt, just consider the possibility of magic, so that my brain will not explode because of cognition. Tony Stark felt that, if he continued to read the diary like this, he would sooner or later explode directly, because of cognitive dissonance. Before, including Quicksilver and Lin Feng's super speed, he could still have a self-consistent logic. But what the hell is this? How can someone run at 9.99 trillion times the speed of light? Isn't this bullying the honest people on the technology side? Overturn the table. No, I still can't overturn the table. I quietly put the table straight. But there is no doubt that the existence of this Flash still caused a huge bug in his cognition, and his brain almost exploded. If this was not a diary written by Lin Feng, he would not believe such an outrageous thing at all. But since it was written by Lin Feng, he could only believe it. However, he still had to find a patch for himself to avoid his head exploding and turning into fireworks all over the sky. That is, when he is indecisive, it is magic. If there is anything that he doesn't understand, it can be reasonably explained by saying that it is magic. At least for the time being, his brain doesn't have to explode. After all, there are so many outrageous things on the magic side, such as turning back time, such as the even more outrageous Dark Dimension Lord Dormammu. Anyway, they are all existences that the current scientific side cannot interpret at all. It makes sense. I think this is reasonable. Nick Fury nodded, as if he suddenly realized something. But in his heart, he just wanted to curse. What kind of horrible monster is this? If there really is such a thing, the Earth will collapse instantly if it hits it directly. Not to mention the Earth. Even if the sun, which occupies 99% of the matter in the solar system, hits it, it will explode in an instant. When the speed reaches a certain level, if you don't collapse yourself, you are invincible. Is this possible, father? In the palace of Asgard, Thor looked at his father, the god King Odin, and asked this question. Of course it's impossible. Odin said a little speechlessly. I have been in the universe for so many years, and I have seen all kinds of strong people, and I have seen speedsters, but no one can do this. Odin has nothing else, he just has a lot of experience, and can be called a person with broad experience. He knows about speedsters, and even he knows that, although there are not many speedsters in the universe, it is not a particularly rare superpower. Many people can touch the threshold of speedsters with their strong bodies. Well, it's the same threshold as Lin Feng. But he had never seen anyone who could run at such a terrifying speed. He even instinctively didn't believe that there was such an outrageous speed, such an outrageous person. However, the person who broke the news was Lin Feng. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to believe it. No matter how outrageous the information revealed in Lin Feng's diary was, it should be believed. This was his biggest gain and biggest experience from reading the diary so far. But isn't there such a person? Thor asked weakly. Chapter 138. How many Flashes were there on the night when Flash's mother was killed? Fourth update. 900 additional updates. Lin Feng also said that it was from the next universe. Didn't you see it? Odin glanced at his reckless son and said helplessly. Yes, that's the next universe, which means there shouldn't be any in our universe, right? Speedsters should be similar to Quicksilver. Thor thought about it and said with a sense of relief. Thinking about it this way, it feels much better. Otherwise, if speedsters are all like this, how can we deal with them? They will be burned to ashes when they are hit. That's not right. If the speed of this Flash reaches this level, then there will be someone faster than him in every season. Isn't that a bit outrageous? At this time, Hawkeye Barton spoke up. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true. If the speed of Barry Allen, the Flash, can be so outrageous, then what kind of existence is faster than him? It's completely outrageous, right? If there really are such speedsters, if they fight, they will probably fly out of the earth in an instant. No, their speed may even crush the earth with one foot. Tony Stark reacted immediately and said, then this universe is too scary. Tony Stark immediately realized that if the universe is full of such existence, then it would be very scary to survive in that universe, and there would be no sense of security at all. Even if he was wearing a Mark armor, he would be killed in an instant when facing such a speedster. But it seems that what Lin Feng said is not wrong. If speedsters are all at this level, then Quicksilver's death is indeed a bit outrageous. I do believe in his copyright theory, although I don't know what copyright it is. Black Widow Natasha said. Impossible. How could someone save so many people under a nuclear explosion? At this time, the person who was extremely anxious was none other than Quicksilver Pietro. Because if he said that he was a little unconvinced at the beginning, he would be completely unbelievable later. Although his quick brain was overloaded and he couldn't figure out how fast it was, there was no doubt that it must be very fast and much faster than himself. But is there really someone in this world who is so fast? This is still a human being. This is too exaggerated. The real exaggeration is not his speed, but this. Wanda pointed to the record in the diary. That is, the Flash ran back to the past and wanted to see his dead mother. He just wants to go back. He can go back. This is what he can do. Then can you? Can you take me back to see my parents? Quicksilver Pietro saw this and suddenly wilted. This is indeed something he couldn't do, and he really wanted to go back to the past to see his parents, but he never had this opportunity again. Quicksilver Petro, who was said to be speechless for a while, was indeed as Wanda said, he really couldn't compare to others. So, Banner, I want to ask you, a physicist, is it possible to go back to the past by exceeding the speed of light? Black Widow Natasha said. She pointed to the record in the diary, which said that the Flash Barry Allen could actually go back to the past. Of course this is impossible. No matter how fast you go, it's impossible. At most, after surpassing the speed of light, you can see things that have happened in the past, just like the starry sky we see now, which is basically what the starry sky looked like countless years ago, but it has already happened, and it won't be reversed back to the past, just because we see it. Bruce Banner shook his head and said, in theory, it is impossible to go back to the past. At least, it is impossible to do this just by relying on speed. Tony Stark said. If it was in the past, he might have sneered at this statement. How could someone travel back to the past? If there really was such a way, he also wanted to go back to the past to see his parents. But now that Lin Feng's diary has been read too much, he understands a truth that people still can't be too confident. There are still many things in this world that he doesn't understand. If it is assumed that what Lin Feng said in the diary is true, then reversely, that is to say, there is indeed such a situation, but they just can't do it. If they can't do it, then that's another matter. Although I kept telling myself to put scientific speculation aside, otherwise it would be easy to explode, but this conclusion is still very explosive. It turns out that when the speed reaches a certain level, it is really possible to travel through time and space. Maybe it is caused by some other ability? Agent Hill said. Being able to run so fast is definitely not, because the body has such ability. There must be other abilities that we don't know about yet. This may be the real reason for traveling through the universe. But since he can go back to the past, why didn't he save his mother? Hawkeye Barton was a little confused. If I have a chance, I will definitely save her. Because of the grandfather paradox. Have you heard of this paradox? Bruce Banner said. You were born because of your grandfather's birth. If you killed your grandfather, you would not have been born. If you were not born, you would not have killed your grandfather. So this is a paradox. In other words, the fact that he became the Flash may be related to the murder of his mother. If his mother had not been killed, he might have taken another path and might not have become the Flash. Didn't Lin Feng mention this more than once in his diary? Every choice a person makes may form a new timeline. If the trajectory of your life is different, you will not become the Flash. And if you don't become the Flash, you won't travel through time and space to see your mother. This is a paradox similar to the grandfather paradox. Bruce Banner continued to explain. So he can't save her. Once he does, the consequences will be disastrous. He may even reset the universe. Theoretically, if he can go back 20 years, he can go back even further and change some major events. He may even reset the universe. I just said that it may be like this, but how he will do it and what methods he will rely on are not what I know. So the so-called Flashes are the Flashes of different periods in the future. They come back to see their mothers because they miss them. But they know each other's existence and don't interfere with each other, right? Hawkeye Barton said. Then I also want to ask, how many Flashes are there? For example, is it possible that as time goes by, more and more Flashes hide on the roof, and then the house collapses because it can't bear it? This is hard to imagine in China, but it is common in the United States, because many buildings in the United States are built of wood. Even shopping malls and apartments, which look like they should be made of reinforced concrete, are actually filled with a lot of wood. So you can see characters in American TV series punching through walls. Do you think they are just comedy movies? No, that's normal, because the wall is really made of wood. No, because theoretically, there is no such thing as accumulation of time. No matter how many Flashes come back from the far future, the moment his mother was killed was only a matter of moment, and it all happened at the same time. If it would collapse, it might have collapsed a long time ago, which means that the Flash might not be on the roof. Otherwise, how could he see his mother? Tony Stark shrugged. For example, outside the window, outside the door, in the toilet? If we can have such a Flash here, when the Chitauri invade, how great it would be. We are afraid that the Flash will get everything done before we fight. Wow, how cool that would be. Hawkeye Barton said. Everyone thought about it. If that was the case, how much energy would be saved? Only Tony Stark frowned slightly. It was another Earth in a parallel universe, and there were also superpowers, and at such a terrifying speed. Could it be that Earth really has some secrets that he doesn't know? This is why such a place, which can be considered a rural place in the universe, has become the focus of attention of countless forces. This is unreasonable in itself. How special is the Earth? Before they could think about it, another video appeared in the diary. Everyone quickly clicked it and took a look. In a typical American wooden villa, Barry Allen, the Flash, appeared in the house in all leather tights and a large lightning pattern on his chest. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was the Flash. After all, with such a large symbol on the chest and Lin Feng's previous preparation, according to Lin Feng's habits, this is most likely the Flash. Mom. The cry of young Barry Allen came from outside the door. Barry Allen opened the door, and everyone followed Barry Allen's perspective to see that Barry Allen's family was trapped in the crazy battle of red and yellow lightning. The speed of the Flash and the Reverse Flash was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. The storm caused by the two running and fighting even made the whole house a mess. But everyone was a little confused. That is, the speed of this Flash didn't seem to be as outrageous and exaggerated as Lin Feng described. If he really had the speed that Lin Feng said, the huge storm that would be triggered by activating it would be enough to destroy the entire town. Now the two lightning bolts looked amazing, but compared to Quicksilver, they didn't seem to be much faster. At most, they were about the same. 900 votes plus more. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. The past cannot be modified. It cannot be modified. 5 updates. 950 additional updates. Especially for Quicksilver. He was belittled by Lin Feng before, and now look at this Flash. Well, he is indeed fast, but it seems that there is no essential difference between him and himself, and he can't reach the level of saving people under the nuclear explosion as Lin Feng said. Barry, Mom. The mother and son were separated by red and yellow lightning, and could only look at each other helplessly. At this time, the father of Flash Barry Allen also appeared, looking at his wife and shouting, "Nora, hold on." Just when Barry Allen wanted to save his mother, the Flash Barry Allen from the future just punched the Reverse Flash away, and then looked at himself hiding behind the door, and he made a gesture of no. Because he knew too well that, if this time node was destroyed, it would cause terrible and serious consequences. Barry Allen saw this scene, and he was extremely helpless. He saw that his future self rescued his father and his younger self, leaving only his mother, facing the Reverse Flash alone. Barry, no. Nora looked at her husband and son disappearing, and burst into tears. She could only watch Reverse Flash coming over with a knife. Barry Allen couldn't bear to see his mother being killed, so he could only close the door helplessly, and listen to everything happening. He waited until it was confirmed that it had happened, before he finally opened the door. Seeing his father fainted, and his mother had been stabbed by Reverse Flash, her vitality was draining, and she would not live long. He came to his mother, and could only comfort her, saying, it's okay, my husband and son." At this time, Nora was still worried about her husband and son. With her knowledge, she had no idea what had happened and why it suddenly became like this. "They're fine." Barry Allen looked at his mother with tears in his eyes, and said with difficulty, "They are all safe, I promise." "Who are you?" Seeing Barry Allen's appearance, Nora asked helplessly. I'm the Flash." Barry Allen tried to calm himself down. But after hearing this answer, Nora just didn't understand. She said, "I don't understand." Hearing this, Barry Allen took off his hood and looked at his mother. "You look a lot like my father," Nora said weakly. Hearing his mother's comment that he looked a lot like his grandfather, Barry Allen couldn't help laughing, and then he suppressed his sadness and said, "Maybe you can't understand, but it's really me, Mom. I'm Barry." "Barry?" Nora said in shock. "Yes, you're Barry," Barry Allen said sadly and helplessly. "My good son." Nora tried her best to stroke her son's face, looking at her future son who had suddenly grown up. She had thousands of words to say. She wanted to accompany her child to grow up, but in the end she only said this sentence. Barry Allen looked at his mother with tears in his eyes and said, "I have a chance to come back here and tell you that I'm safe. Dad and I are fine, and we all love you. Mother, I love you. I love you too, my dear son." Nora was barely breathing, and she felt a little relieved when she saw her son. After hearing this, perhaps the last bit of obsession gradually disappeared. "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye Barry." After saying this, Nora completely lost the breath of life. "Mother." Barry Allen cried bitterly and said, "Mother." He could only helplessly lie on his mother's shoulder and cry, but he could do nothing and change nothing. The video went black and ended. Everyone was silent. This result was similar to what they had speculated before, but the more so, the more uncomfortable and sad they felt. He clearly saw the scene where his mother was killed, and he clearly had a chance, but he couldn't save her. What a sad thing it is. So, among the two lightning bolts, the red one is also the Flash? Hawkeye Barton said. He seemed to see the Flash in the room, and told him not to take action. Does that mean he knew about the existence of the Flash? It should be, but there might not be just two Flashes at the time. There were Flashes standing inside and outside the house. This is really a hell of a joke. Nick Fury sighed and said, "Is the past completely unchangeable? Even the Flash, who has the ability to travel through time and space, can't do it?" Hill said. Everyone was silent. To be honest, who doesn't have some regrets in their hearts? If they have the chance, can they resist not changing the timeline? It's difficult to do it. At least, Tony Stark can't do it. If he could go back to the past now, he would definitely find a way to prevent his parents from getting into a car accident. He doesn't want to care about the timeline or the future. He just wants his parents to live in peace until the day they die. The older you get, the more you can understand your father's thoughts at the time. But it's good this way. Otherwise, with so many people able to travel through time and space and change the future, we'd be in chaos. The Flash can already travel through time and space, and there's a legend that every season there's someone who runs faster than him. So wouldn't that also be able to travel through time and space? Anyway, I can't accept the result of my life being constantly changed. Bruce Banner said. Whether it's good or bad, whether there's Hulk or not, this is already my life, and I don't want to deny it, nor do I want to change it. The famous scene of Quicksilver saving Xavier's school for gifted youngsters next door. This is the correct way to open the speedster, not being killed by machine gun fire, nor being beaten to the ground by Superman. This is what the speedster thinks of himself. Doghead, don't worry about whether I'm strong or not, just being handsome is enough. School for gifted youngsters? Specialized in recruiting young geniuses? Tony Stark couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the words juvenile and genius, because when he was young, he was indeed qualified for these two words. But it still sounds weird, because many schools have gifted youth classes, but that is only the size of the class. Once it is expanded to the entire school, how can we ensure a stable source of students every year? This is unreasonable in itself. A video appeared in the diary again, and everyone clicked it to take a look. At the beginning of the picture, a bee was flapping its wings at an extremely strange and slow speed, as if it was slowed down countless times. Logically, the speed of a bee flapping its wings should be extremely fast, but here, it seemed to have lost its speed. Then, a boy wearing silver leather pants and leather clothes appeared in front of everyone. He had silver hair, very special glasses, and was eating a piece of bread. What was weird was that next to him was a car that looked like it was still. The car drove through the puddle, splashing water, but the surroundings were completely still, which was very weird. Even the surrounding trees were completely still. Quicksilver. The identity of this person was about to be revealed. According to Lin Feng's usual style, whoever he clicked on would appear. It's just that this Quicksilver is different from what they imagined, and completely different from the Quicksilver in their universe. Is this the perspective of the speedsters? Tony Stark looked at the Quicksilver moving in the picture. He saw the students of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters who were stationary in the cars next door, which was completely different from what they felt before. Before, when they saw Quicksilver moving, at most he turned into a blue lightning, or even suddenly appeared and disappeared, and they couldn't see it clearly. But this time, it was the first time for them to see everything around them from the perspective of the speedsters. Once the speedsters enter the fast state, the whole world will be slowed down or even paused. So when you enter the fast state, you see things like this? In the Hydra base, Wanda calmed down the chaos magic in her body, then looked at her brother and said, "How should I know? I'm not a speedster now." Quicksilver Pietro said speechlessly. Now he felt that he was targeted by Lin Feng, and he really wanted to use him as a scapegoat. All-round beating. But he was not convinced. He stared at the video. He also wanted to see what the difference was between himself and the self in another parallel universe. He was not convinced. Losing to the Flash was fine, because he was a monster who could save hundreds of thousands of people in a nuclear explosion in an instant, but losing to another self would be too embarrassing. It was completely embarrassing. As the picture unfolded, everyone's face changed slightly. They began to understand what kind of school this Xavier School for Young Geniuses was. Because there were even people with blue skin in the picture, which was obviously not an ordinary human. And this so-called genius was also the kind that needed to be put in quotation marks. I'm afraid it's not a genius in the popular sense, but someone with superpowers, or someone who is not a normal human. Although it may be unacceptable to ordinary people, it's nothing to them. After all, among them, there are alien gods, a monster mutated by gamma rays, and this is a big green guy, as well as enhanced people transformed by human transformation methods, spider women bitten by spiders, and witches with chaos magic in their bodies. It can be said that there are all kinds of people, so it is not surprising that the students of Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters behave strangely. While everyone was surprised, Quicksilver had disappeared from the spot, leaving only a business card flying, which reads Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The 5th update, 900 votes and more updates are delivered. Please subscribe. Chapter 140, Quicksilver from the X-Men Next Door is still the best. First update, please subscribe. Although the surrounding environment has been slowed down to the extreme, against the backdrop of such a picture, Quicksilver's speed looks even faster, incredibly fast. Then in the camera is the picture of Quicksilver Pietro running. The amazing speed makes the buildings fly back quickly and can't be seen clearly. He finally arrived at the school before the explosion. The explosion, which should have been incredibly fast, seemed to be still in front of him. Quicksilver even had time to push aside a piece of iron splashed by the explosion. He stretched his waist, made a preparation, and began to save people. First, he saved a man with his mouth wide open, and rescued him in an incredible time. Then everyone enjoyed an amazing picture at high speed, with glasses flying out, and iron splashing out. It seemed that all time was slowed down. Everything that happened before the explosion was so amazing. They have never had such an opportunity to see an explosion from a super slow perspective. Because this kind of explosion is often a moment, everything has happened, and they have no time to appreciate it carefully. Such an explosion may not even last a second. It may only take a few seconds to spread to the whole school, but what is the result? In the end, everyone was saved from the explosion within a few seconds. When they said to save people before the explosion of Xavier School, they did not mean before the time bomb exploded, but after it exploded. From the explosion to the death. How fast is it to save people from the explosion? I seem to believe that the Flash can save hundreds of thousands of people from the nuclear explosion. It turns out that the world is like this from the perspective of the speedster. Hawkeye Barton said in exaggerated shock. This Quicksilver may not be as fast as the Flash, but he can save the whole school in an instant. It's not surprising that the Flash can save hundreds of thousands of people. Black Widow Natasha said. So, after the speedster reaches the extreme, it is actually like this? Even the flapping of the bee's wings has completely turned into slow motion. It's too fast. Brother, your speed is really far behind others. At this time, Wanda said. I think what Lin Feng said is right. Your speed is indeed far behind others. If you were that Quicksilver, how could you be killed by machine guns? Quicksilver Pietro suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He was not convinced just now. Why did he say that he was not as good as a Quicksilver Pietro in the next studio? Now he was convinced. He was indeed not as good as others. He wanted to write a capital letter surrender. Although he had not calculated the opponent's speed, the fact that the opponent rescued everyone in the school in a very short time was enough to explain everything. Indeed, if he had that speed, He could have rescued Hawkeye Barton and the child without dying, since he had to choose to use his body to block it. In addition to the momentary passion, I'm afraid that the more important thing is that his speed is not that fast at all, and there is no choice. Through Quicksilver's extreme speed, he can even feel the slow movement of the explosion flame. At the critical moment, he rescued people. He even had time to do something funny, help people with their hair, drink the remaining Coke in other people's bottles, and even rescue a dog. What kind of speed is this? It's unimaginable. Especially at the end, there was a wave of people coming. A real man never looks back at the explosion. He took everyone out of the explosion range. When the other self rescued the people in the car finally arrived and stared at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters that was bombed into ruins. Compared with his parallel time and space counterparts, he was really lame. If he had the speed of Quicksilver, he might be able to compete with Thanos. At least he would not be helpless. But brother, since you are all the same counterparts, he can reach that speed, and you may not have that potential, but you just need enough time to develop and grow. Wanda said to comfort him. Yes, since he is another me, there is no reason why he can reach this speed and I can't reach this speed. Quicksilver Pietro couldn't help but say. But no matter what, when you do things, you should at least consider whether I will cry. You died. You are a superhero, but what should I do as your sister? Wanda complained. Okay, I will never do such a stupid thing in the future. Quicksilver Pietro begged for mercy. He knew that he was wrong and made his sister sad. At this time, he did not argue with his sister. Wanda rolled her eyes at her brother, and when she saw that he admitted his mistake, she stopped talking to him. At the same time, in his home base, Lin Feng finished recording today's diary and put it away. Today, he awakened the ability to fly, which is also a vital ability for him, especially that he has broken through the limitations of the primary template of the motherland. The only problem is that he gets hungry too easily. Especially when he performs actions such as flying and fighting, the energy in his body is consumed very quickly. He never dreamed that one day he would be hungry. It has reached the point where it is difficult to satisfy him with 3 meals a day. Every time he eats a lot, but for him, it is still far from enough. Although from the law of conservation of energy, people who exercise a lot will naturally need to take in more nutrients to supplement. But why do I remember that those superheroes don't seem to have this trouble? It seems that each of them is a perpetual motion machine. Even if they have experienced many battles, they don't need to replenish their bodies specially. This is almost comparable to the perpetual motion ability of zombies. So is it me, or those superheroes that are wrong? And this is not a template for Superman, so there is no way to replenish energy and increase strength by basking in the sun like Superman. This problem must be solved. Although with his current financial resources, it is more than enough to support himself, but if he spends time eating every day, he can't do anything. It's not serious now, but as time goes by, he will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future, and his appetite will only become stronger and stronger. It feels like his body is completing a certain transformation, but the transformation requires a lot of energy support. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng came up with an idea. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. The first update is here. Chapter 141, Spring Goes and Autumn Comes, with a net worth of $200 billion. Second update, please subscribe. Spring Goes and Autumn Comes. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn 2009. In the clear and crisp weather, Lin Feng drove a sports car to Columbia University in a well-dressed blue plaid suit. The luxury car, the straight figure, and the handsome appearance, the typical image of male god, naturally attracted the attention of many people. But soon, someone recognized Lin Feng. Lin Feng is also well known in Columbia University. The reason is that Lin Feng is now an outstanding alumnus of Columbia University. He just donated a laboratory to the school some time ago, so the school naturally has to give him a good publicity. For American schools, donations from wealthy alumni are also an important part of income. It may even be the most important part. Immediately, several hot girls in cool clothes came up to chat with him and put notes in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng did not refuse and accepted them with a smile. Of course, he is a serious person, and these notes will be properly handled in time, but it is not easy to embarrass the girls. Well, that's all. Senior, you are really popular. A faint voice came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew who the voice belonged to without turning around. It was his cute junior schoolmate, Spider-Gwen. How many times have I told you to refer to your job title when you are working? Lin Feng turned around and looked at Gwen, who was dressed sweetly, with a stern face. She had long, smooth golden hair, a white t-shirt, hot pants that highlighted her long legs, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. She looked youthful and energetic. Compared with her office lady outfit in the company, it was another style that was eye-catching. But this is not in the company, and today is not my working hours, Gwen also said to Lin Feng with a stern face. Lin Feng glanced at Gwen, sighed, and said as if he was very disappointed, young people nowadays don't know how to work hard or cherish opportunities. I started from scratch. It was really building our company brick by brick to reach the current scale. Boss, aren't you from the third generation of the rich? Gwen glanced at Lin Feng and was not intimidated by him at all. She directly exposed his past. And you are not that old. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, but his expression did not change. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then you will be embarrassed. Okay senior, Professor Connors is waiting for you in the laboratory, Gwen said, turned around and swung her long ponytail, leading the way in front. Lin Feng followed with his long legs, looking at the young and energetic juniors around him, and felt that it was good to be young. The youthful vitality and innocence of the students are hard to have in society. A moment later, they had arrived at a newly built laboratory building deep in the campus. This was the one donated by Lin Feng. After entering the building, he went into the laboratory. A middle-aged white man was fiddling with the laboratory equipment. He saw Lin Feng coming and came up to him. Mr. Lin, I have prepared what you want. The middle-aged white man in a white coat handed a box to Lin Feng and said, this is the pill you want. I extracted 10 pills. Each one is highly concentrated with nutrients. It is made according to your requirements. But you know, normal humans can't eat this. Who are you going to give it to? Although I shouldn't ask, nutrients concentrated to this extent are actually no different from metals. Normal people's stomachs can't digest them, and elephants and whales can't digest them either. You can't give them to some monsters, right? Monsters? Lin Feng took the box and opened it. There were 10 extremely concentrated pills inside. This was for him to eat. If you want to call it a monster, it seems that it should be considered. After all, after more than half a year, his strength has made another huge breakthrough, and now he is about to reach a peak state. When he felt his strength had broken through, he was extremely hungry. It was as if every cell in his body was sending strong hunger signals to his brain. However, as his strength gradually stabilized, this feeling of hunger was gradually decreasing. However, he still funded Professor Connors to develop this pill, which was the final version. He had eaten the semi-finished product before, and it could restore physical strength in a very short time. For ordinary people, it would be no different from heavy metal poisoning, but his stomach and intestines could probably digest the metals directly. Now he estimated that his strength might be close to that of Thor, the god of thunder, who had stimulated the origin of thunder in Thor 3rd. Among the superheroes and supervillains on Earth, he was already very strong, but he had already developed the intermediate template of the Homelander to the extreme, and there would be no major breakthroughs for a while. So he wanted to use external forces to see if he could go further through scientific and technological means. The formula and refining method are right next to it. They have been printed for you. Take it away, said Professor Connors. He was not afraid of someone taking it. It was useless, even if someone took it. This thing was not meant for human use. Even a god would be poisoned to death. Professor Connors did not want to spend time on this kind of research, but there was no way. Lin Feng was the sponsor. Even this laboratory was funded by him, so he naturally had to listen to the sponsor's opinion. You don't really think that there is complete academic freedom in the United States? How can you study academics without money? How can you be free? Lin Feng smiled slightly, put it away, and then said, how is it, Professor? Is this mechanical arm still useful? Dr. Connors raised his right arm, which was a mechanical right arm, because his right arm was blown off by the Afghan resistance when he served in the US Army. Later, he returned to the United States to recuperate, and then became a professor at a university. Every day, he studied ways to regenerate his right arm. Of course, his current right arm is the new product of Lin Feng's company, a high-tech prosthesis. Well, that's what Tony Stark has been promoting about his armor, which is a high-tech prosthesis. The inventor, of course, is Ivan Vanko, the original villain who has been recruited by Lin Feng into the company. Since seeing his strength, Ivan Vanko can be said to be quite honest, and he has never caused any trouble for him. He honestly does research for him, and goes to a private hospital to accompany his father after get off work. His life is simple. However, for Lin's technology, this half year has been a period of rapid development. First, it joined the battlefield of clean energy, and became the only two players on par with Stark Industries. Just after announcing its plan to build a nuclear fusion reactor, it directly detonated public opinion. Originally, Tony Stark was the only one in this field, and now there is another one. Many capitals are welcome, and even many countries are welcome. Many things are afraid of monopoly, and this project has just started, and countless capitals have come with money. What is the saying? That the rich are the boss. This is a rich are the boss. Lin Feng did not intend to list Lin's technology. He withstood the pressure and immediately launched the second product, which was this technological prosthesis. The project included upper limbs, lower limbs, and even artificial eyes, etc. Almost all parts of the body that can be replaced by machinery can be provided. As soon as this project came out, it immediately caused a sensation in public opinion. Although this project is not as good as the clean energy project, it is also a first-class project. Of course, these are also byproducts of Ivan Vanko's armor plan. The main thing is to produce your own armor. Although this thing is not a threat to Lin Feng, having this kind of armor is equivalent to having a considerable army at hand, which is a great deterrent to all parties. Especially for those forces who try to take crooked paths. There are not a few people who have attacked Lin Feng in the past 6 months. And Lin Feng's response to this is also very simple. When Lin Feng finds out the mastermind behind the attack, he will directly wipe out the whole family, not letting anyone go. Slowly, after more than a dozen families were wiped out by Lin Feng, many people calmed down. These people are all world famous super rich people, and many of them are important members of the consortium. However, when they offended Lin Feng, they still killed all the direct relatives in public without holding back. Such crazy revenge made even those powerful people calm down completely. Those who were not calm would be calmed down by Lin Feng's physical methods. Tony Stark and others had only one evaluation of Lin Feng's killing, just like playing a game, killing not humans, but passers-by NPCs, and they didn't care about how much impact it would cause. After killing these people thoroughly, Lin Feng released 10% of Lin's technology shares to share profits with major forces. Every 1% of Lin's technology shares will be sold for $10 billion US. Such a price is crazy. 10% is equivalent to $100 billion US in hand. In addition to the sale of high-tech prosthetics and the return on previous investments, Lin Feng's net worth has soared to more than $200 billion US. Now he can really say that money is a number. The only person in the world with a higher net worth than him is Tony Stark, because his Stark Industries group is listed, while Lin's technology is not. If Lin's technology is listed, his net worth will be at least several trillion, or even tens of trillions of dollars. This is not an exaggeration, because nuclear fusion energy is the ultimate solution for human energy in the future. Lin's technology, which holds one of the two tickets, can be valued at any higher level. Just look at the wealth of those Middle Eastern princes. Chapter 142. First news of the Avengers Civil War. 3 updates. Happy New Year's Eve. Right square bracket. Lin Feng is so rich that he can treat money as a string of numbers without changing his expression. No matter how much money he wants, as long as he asks, someone will deliver it to his door. Even Lin Feng was secretly amazed. No wonder Tony Stark could buy a building without changing his expression, just to teach the Mad Hulk a lesson. Not bad, but it would be better if it were my own arm. Professor Connors said. I have to thank Mr. Lin for funding my research. Now I can continue my research. Professor Karnas was indeed very grateful, because the main direction of his research was the regeneration of severed limbs, in order to restore his right arm, but after attracting various sponsors, there were few companies interested, and even Columbia University was unwilling to give him funds to continue his research. Because normal people would think that it was a project that could not make money at all. In the United States, if it could not make money, it meant that no one wanted it. At this time, Lin Feng was willing to fund his research, which made him very grateful. Although there were other research attached, it was nothing. Although your research direction is very good, if you are not completely sure, you can't do experiments casually, understand? Lin Feng looked at Professor Karnas and said, I don't want to see you on the news, because you turned into a lizard monster. Yes, the Professor Karnas in front of him was none other than the famous lizard professor, Kurt Karnas. When Lin Feng first met him, he was not sure, but as time went by, he was sure that this should be the villain of the Spider-Man series, Lizard Professor Kurt Karnas. But at this time, he had not gone completely crazy and turned into Dr. Lizard and was still a normal person. I will pay attention, Professor Karnas said. In the original history, the reason why Professor Karnas was so anxious to use himself for human experiments was mainly because the capital chain of the Osborn group was about to break, so he was particularly anxious. Because Osborn asked him to study, mainly to develop a medicine that could solve their family's genetic disease, but Professor Karnas also had his own little ideas, mainly to develop a medicine that could regenerate broken limbs. But now, with Lin Feng's special sponsorship, he doesn't need to be so anxious after he has enough money and time. He also has a professional high-tech prosthesis that can replace his right hand, which is a specially customized version. It has a higher technological content than the high-tech prosthesis on the market and is completely sufficient for a while. Reminded here, Lin Feng said goodbye to Professor Karnas and left with the specially researched pills. However, he stayed in Columbia University and had lunch with Gwen before he left the Columbia University campus. Recently, as the company continues to grow, he has more things to deal with than before. Even Sharon Carter and Black Widow Natasha have resigned. He can only choose some professional managers to help manage it. Because Sharon Carter and Black Widow can't stand the high intensity work here and continue to go undercover, they almost forget their true identity as agents. In view of this, Nick recalled that 2 months ago, Lin Feng did not stop this. He knew the identities of the two very well. He estimated that the two really didn't find any dangerous projects in his company, so they both resigned. Back at the company, Lin Feng spent an hour dealing with the work that had been piled up for a while, and then he was completely free. Both the super soldier serum and the Homelander template have a considerable increase in the brain. At this stage, Lin Feng is like a super academic god. Photographic memory is a basic ability. He can handle the company's affairs even faster. With the help of professional managers, he can have a lot of free time every day. But then, a piece of news broadcast on the TV on the wall of the office caught his attention. The United Nations headquarters was attacked by terrorists, and many diplomats were attacked, but there were no casualties. It's really brave, Lin Feng said with emotion. What is the United Nations? Although it is located in New York, it is actually backed by the 5 major member states. Even if the 5 major member states are scheming against each other on weekdays and seem to be not united at all, it does not mean that the 5 major member states will tolerate anyone provoking the dignity of the United Nations. To put it bluntly, the United Nations is a tool for the 5 major member states to rule the world. Provoking the United Nations is provoking the 5 major member states. What terrorist organization dares to be so brave? But in this news, in a blurry video taken by someone, a familiar figure immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. Winter Soldier Barnes? That combat uniform and the metal arm on his left hand, aren't these features obvious enough? Isn't it the Winter Soldier? The Winter Soldier is still affiliated with Hydra, so what is Hydra doing recently? Is it crazy? Lin Feng didn't quite understand Hydra's thinking. Even if such a notorious organization secretly controls the political arena of some small countries and can even parasitize on SHIELD, as long as the brain is not broken, it will try to keep a low profile and avoid attracting attention to itself. And it's not the time for them to explode their ambitions and want to control the world, right? What are they trying to do? To be honest, Lin Feng scoffed at Hydra's plan to control the world with terror. With just a few aerospace carriers, you want countries to surrender? You want the 5 major member states to surrender? I'm afraid they haven't been taught enough. A few hypersonic missiles, or even if you are pushed to the limit, a nuclear bomb will be enough to knock you down from the sky. There are many ways. Compared with the Hydra during World War II, they all seem very stupid. But considering that the screenwriters who draw comics don't have much IQ, everything makes sense. There are so many slots and bugs in many Marvel movies, and they are so dense that they can be restarted. If it doesn't work, just create a parallel universe. Anyway, there is always a way to make it round. Lin Feng is too lazy to complain. After all, why did he travel through time? Isn't it because he complained that the plot of Big Mom 2 was too outrageous that he traveled through time? But he didn't remember whether Hydra had activated the Winter Soldier before Captain America 3 Civil War. After all, it was just the size of a movie, and many things would not be explained. But he is in a real world. In addition to the plot of the movie, those superheroes and supervillains will not disappear suddenly, but will live in this world every day. For example, Captain America Rogers, who is now his good neighbor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out his diary and began to record. How come even the Winter Soldier has appeared? Is the Civil War plot going to be staged in advance? No way. Isn't this still several years away from the Avengers Civil War? This plotline won't be completely out of control. Although I know that this is 100% not the 199,999 universe, this timeline can't be so out of control. Has Hydra been injured recently? Or is it planning to do something big? Is there this plot? Bucky the Winter Soldier has been awakened. Don't let Captain America see this. If Captain America sees it, he will probably be so excited that he can't sleep for several nights. After all, it is well known that Captain America's true love is the Winter Soldier. Manuel Doghead, in Tony Stark's mansion. Tony Stark, wearing a casual suit, listened helplessly to Pepper's roar on the phone. Tony, if you throw these messy trivia to me again, you just wait and see. Pepper's voice came from the phone. Tony Stark quickly put the phone away. He was a little helpless. In fact, he knew exactly what Pepper was angry about. Since Tony Stark's Stark Industries group opened up a new business, that is, the direction of new energy, the entire group has expanded by several levels, and naturally the corresponding business volume has also increased a lot. Originally, Stark Industries Group was mainly responsible for military industry. The business of military industry is nothing more than doing research and development, and then bribing the senior officials of the US military and the US government, giving them some benefits. Playing golf and drinking can decide things. It's troublesome and simple. But after the change of industry, the pressure faced is much greater, and various interest groups are coming one after another. Facing various pressures, it is not just Lin Feng's family that is threatened. It's just because Lin Feng is a newly rising rich man and has no foundation, so those hungry wolves in the dark are not afraid to use violence against Lin Feng. They even plan to wipe Lin Feng's family off the earth. Tony Stark's family has a longer history and deeper ties with the US military and political circles. They don't dare to act directly, so they use various roundabout methods. But they never thought that compared with Tony Stark, Lin Feng is the more terrifying one. Because of the complicated relationships, it is difficult for them to kill Tony Stark directly, but conversely, it is also difficult to kill them. Lin Feng is different, because even if he counts from his grandfather's generation, he doesn't have too many connections, and he is similar to ordinary Chinese people, with a very obvious ceiling. So these people dare to act on Lin Feng, and Lin Feng is also very rude. What capitalist mud truck? Have you heard of the Red Iron Fist? The kind of iron fist that really kills with one punch. Tony Stark has been paying attention to Lin Feng's affairs, and naturally knows these things very well. So he envies Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart that he can act on these termites without any scruples. But he has no time to get involved with these people now. He doesn't have enough time to strengthen his strength every day to deal with the invasion of the Chitauri in a few years, so all the pressure falls on Pepper. Naturally, he has to bear her aura of resentment as a worker. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Winter Soldier. Captain America was so happy that he couldn't sleep for several nights. Fourth update, 1000 votes and more. Okay, Pepper, I'll give you a few more assistants later, and you just need to keep an eye on them. Tony Stark said flatteringly. He could be cold to anyone, but he couldn't do that to Pepper. After comforting Pepper again, Tony Stark hung up the phone carefully and then breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he also received a notice from Jarvis that Lin Feng's diary had been updated. He immediately used the equipment, the projection went online, and everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. also went online. They looked at each other and chatted as usual. It was more than a year after Lin Feng came, and they were very familiar with each other, and even familiar with this online meeting mode. In the Asgard Palace, Thor and Odin, the God King, had also gathered together. In addition, Frigga, the Queen of Gods, also appeared in front of the diary. Gwen also took advantage of the time, when she had no classes, to find a secluded corner to sit down. She also wanted to know what Lin Feng, the boss, wanted to record this time. In Sokovia, Quicksilver and Wanda took a quick look around, especially Quicksilver, who almost turned into a blue lightning and swept across the castle. After confirming that there was no problem, he stopped. Yes, during this period of time, Quicksilver also stimulated the superpowers in his body and became a speedster. To be precise, he was stimulated by Wanda's chaos magic. The two siblings have quietly awakened their superpowers, but neither of them told the outside world, let alone Hydra. Even the Hydra thought that they controlled the two, but in fact it was just an illusion that Wanda wanted them to see. Quicksilver often ran out to play. This castle can no longer trap the two siblings, but the two siblings did not choose to leave immediately because they felt that they were not enough to protect themselves. They were not the two siblings who had no experience. From Lin Feng's diary, they saw too many things that they should not have seen now and knew the horror of the outside world, so the two siblings decided to stop going to the outside world. Anyway, they can live well here. Hydra was unknowingly controlled by Wanda. They are accumulating strength here. They want revenge. Revenge for Quicksilver Pietro in another timeline. They are waiting for Ultron to appear. Wanda wants to twist off his head with her own hands. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is still communicating with each other at this time. Fury, I haven't had time to ask recently. How is the investigation of the Hydra thing going? Tony Stark asked. It's already progressing. A lot has been found, but it hasn't been completely found out, so we have to keep our hands off for the time being. Nick Fury said. What he said in his heart was shocking. Through the investigation that started from this clue of the Hydra scientist during World War II, the results of the investigation can be said to be shocking. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated very deeply. The final results have not yet been investigated, because we can't alert the snakes and let Hydra hide deeper after getting the news, so all the investigations are carried out in secret. Everyone must undergo a character investigation to ensure that they are not Hydra people, and only then will they be marked, and people with problems will also have another mark. So the process is very slow, and the results have not yet been fully revealed. However, the results that can be investigated so far are already shocking. At first, he didn't want to alert the enemy, but later he didn't dare to act rashly. Hydra is so strong that, even if he mobilizes the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. to attack, both sides may suffer losses. Especially many of them are high-ranking members of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that time, how many people in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will believe him? It will be a time of chaos. So even if there is to be action, it must be after full preparation. Tony Stark nodded, agreeing with Nick Fury's judgment that it is not appropriate to act casually at this time, but he said, what about the Skrulls? Have you established your monitoring network? It's already being done, but it will take time, and our network construction originally had the help of the Skrulls. Now we have to monitor them and control them. How can it be so simple? Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark and began to speak. There will be some work that needs your help at that time. The Skrulls' affairs are also a mess. Nick Fury has to be careful of the Skrulls' rebellion and the Hydra's rebellion. He is exhausted in dealing with them. He can say that he has not slept well for more than half a year. Especially he and Tony Stark are basically patients with severe persecution paranoia, so it is impossible for them to watch the hidden dangers and ignore them. He doesn't know how much his intelligence has been reduced in another timeline, but at least he can't be reduced in intelligence. It seems that we still have a lot of work to do. Black Widow Natasha sighed and said, especially recently, there have been more and more terrorist attacks. I just received news that the United Nations headquarters was bombed. United Nations headquarters, these terrorists are really courting death. Nick Fury's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. There is no doubt that the actions of these terrorists this time have completely angered Nick Fury. Above him are the 5 major member states. This time the United Nations headquarters was bombed, which was a blatant provocation to the 5 major member states. The pressure from the 5 major member states was instantly suppressed. In the end, he, the top person in charge, will bear the responsibility. After today's diary meeting is over, he will immediately deploy operations to arrest these people. Looking at today's content, what is this Winter Soldier? Tony Stark said. And the Civil War of the Avengers. What does it mean? The Avengers will have a civil war in a few years. After hearing what he said, everyone looked at the diary and their faces changed drastically. Especially Nick Fury. He has high hopes for the Avengers, especially when fighting against the invasion of aliens such as the Chitauri. He needs such top combat power to announce to the entire universe that the Earthlings are not easy to mess with. But now, before he had time to be happy for a few more days, he was actually told that the Avengers were going to have an amazing civil war. What does this mean? He quickly looked down. Winter Soldier Bucky? In other words, the existence of Bucky the Winter Soldier may mean that the Avengers Civil War is about to begin. As for the complaints about the plotline going wild and the timeline going wild, he was no longer surprised and ignored them. He quickly focused on the key point. Without a doubt, the key point was none other than Hydra. In other words, the existence of Bucky the Winter Soldier was related to Hydra. He quickly thought of a very critical point, that is, the terrorists were crazy recently and dared to attack the United Nations headquarters building. Is it possible that they were not ordinary terrorists, but Hydra? Thinking of this, he almost shuddered. Captain, Lin Feng said here that Bucky the Winter Soldier was awakened, and you would be very happy, and said that he was your true love. So do you know this Bucky the Winter Soldier? Black Widow Natasha glanced at Captain America Rogers and said, Winter Soldier. Bucky. It's Bucky. Captain America Rogers said excitedly. I know, it's Bucky. Bucky Barnes. At this time, Coulson on the side said, I know, he's a member of the Howling Commandos led by Captain America, the one who is called Captain America's right-hand man. Coulson, a die-hard fan of Captain America Rogers, recognized who this Bucky was before everyone else. Howling Commandos? Isn't that the organization from more than 70 years ago? Tony Stark said speechlessly. Everyone looked at Captain America Rogers. Captain America Rogers' face was full of excitement, but he still forced himself to calm down, and then said, yes, it's the one from more than 70 years ago. Under normal circumstances, Bucky should have died long ago, even if he was still alive. Thinking of seeing his friend again, he was immediately very excited. At this time, Bucky's meaning to him was not just a childhood friend, but also an emotion that spanned 70 years. In addition to him, probably only Bucky could understand this loneliness that spanned 70 years. They all survived from that distant era. There are not many people like this anymore. The last one he saw was the very old Peggy Carter. Now that he can see his old friend and know that he is not dead, even if he sees him on the hospital bed, it is great. Especially seeing his good friend disappear with his own eyes. That year has always been a knot in his heart. It's just that in the war years, he often can't think too much, but now is not the war era, and he is in an era that he can't understand at all. He can't use a mobile phone, and he can't use a computer. There will be a lot of time to think about it, and it is inevitable that this matter will be repeatedly tortured in the heart. But now, I can actually see it. It's so happy. As Lin Feng joked, just being able to get news about his friend is enough to make him happy for a long time. Captain, I think you shouldn't be happy too early. Tony Stark glanced at the very happy Captain America Rogers and then said, Lin Feng is talking about waking up the Winter Soldier. That is to say, your good friend may be controlled by someone, or even controlled by Hydra. Or in other words, is it possible that the recent explosion was done by your good friend? Tony Stark asked a soul-stirring question. Chapter 144 Captain America 3. Avengers 25. 1050 votes. Hearing this, Captain America Rogers was upset, because it was not that he could not think of this, and he even vaguely thought of it, but he instinctively wanted to defend himself. But even if he is still alive, he should be very old now, and it is impossible for him to still have the ability to cause such damage. Captain America Rogers began to defend himself. But if it is really related to Hydra, it is hard to say. Tony Stark said, Captain, have you ever thought that, if you can survive until now by freezing, is it possible that your good friend can also survive until now by similar means? Impossible. Ordinary people can never survive under freezing. Captain America Rogers said. Everyone nodded. In fact, there has always been technology to freeze, and then Thor, after advanced technology in the future. Well, yes. To be precise, there has always been technology to freeze, but there is basically no one who can survive after thawing. Captain America Rogers is the only one, at least the only one on the surface. The principle is very complicated. To put it simply, there is too much water in the human body. When it is frozen, it forms ice crystals and pierces the cells. In fact, the person is already dead at that time. Maybe there are other technologies? Tony Stark said. I checked the relevant records recently. Hydra's technology can often be called black technology. For example, the super soldier serum was developed by Hydra, right? Later, Dr. Erkins defected to the United States and brought this technology here. There is also the technology of energy guns and cannons, which we cannot do now, but Hydra did it 70 years ago. Oh, and the doctor named Zola uploaded his consciousness to the primitive computer 70 years ago. Can you imagine it? These are technologies that cannot be done now, so we can't look at these technologies of Hydra with conventional eyes. Everyone was inevitably silent when they heard this. Indeed, Hydra's technology cannot be judged with conventional eyes. But if he is alive, why doesn't he come back? Captain America Rogers muttered to himself. There are many reasons. For example, he was controlled, brainwashed. Tony Stark said. This is an old man who lived for 70 years. If he fell into the hands of Hydra, Hydra must have made some kind of transformation to increase his combat power. Otherwise, he is just an ordinary man. In the eyes of Hydra, he is probably consumables, so he must have undergone some kind of transformation, some kind of combat power enhancement. Everyone thought about it, and Tony Stark's analysis was still very reasonable. If he was just an ordinary old man, why did he keep him for 70 years? Even if Hydra's technology was more advanced, the cost must be very high. Judging from the basic cost, it can be seen that this Bucky Barnes must not be an ordinary person. Captain America Rogers was heartbroken when he heard this. After his friend disappeared, he fell into the hands of Hydra. He didn't know how many inhuman transformations he had undergone, and he might even have undergone some kind of brainwashing. Now he has become a tool for others to fight. So, isn't the focus this civil war? Why is this Winter Soldier Bucky the key to the civil war? At this time, Bruce Banner said, a little puzzled. In the past 6 months, Bruce Banner has left India and come to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to help with some research. At the same time, he was afraid that Hulk would suddenly go berserk, so Bruce Banner didn't dare to live in crowded places, so he just lived in S.H.I.E.L.D. In this way, even if he goes berserk, there are enough professionals to deal with it, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has enough power to deal with the military's arrest of him. Yes, why is there a civil war? Hawkeye Barton said. Black Widow Natasha looked at Tony Stark and Captain America Rogers and seemed to understand something, and then said, is it possible that it is because of you two? Since this Winter Soldier Bucky is a good friend of the captain must protect him. But if he is really related to the bombing of the United Nations headquarters, Tony, what will you do? Can you not catch him? Or, even if you don't catch him, Fury, if the upper level puts pressure on you, will you catch him? Isn't the result of the split coming? Everyone heard this, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, with this explanation, there is a reason for the split. Even Tony Stark fell into deep thought. Everyone knows that as a capitalist, Tony Stark will not speak for the US government by nature. So if he really stands on the side of the US government, it is really forced and reluctant. Now this is a situation of being forced, because this is indeed a major matter. The bombing of the United Nations headquarters is already a world-class terrorist case. As a semi-official organization, if the Avengers ask them to take action, can they say no? But even if there is such a thing, it is not what he originally wanted to do. He is just a brainwashed tool. He is also a hero of the country, and has fought for the United States with all his strength. He ended up like this, because he fought against Hydra. Captain America Rogers explained desperately. I understand your feelings very well. Logically, he should not be blamed, but the problem is, that it is also a fact, that he did such a thing. Nick Fury said. But Captain America Rogers said a little excitedly, no, you don't understand. He has made great contributions to the country. He is a real national hero. He cannot be treated like this. If someone kills someone with a knife, can you say who killed the person or the knife? Everyone was silent. To be honest, they could understand that it was the person who killed the person, not the knife. This was a basic truth. No one would seek revenge with a knife. But the key to the problem is that Bucky is not a knife. He is a person. As a person, he must bear criminal responsibility, even if he is controlled by someone. Especially for those big wigs who are high above, they don't care about these at all. They only want a result. There is no use arguing with them. For a while, Tony Stark also had a headache. He didn't know what to do. Emotionally, he supported Captain America Rogers, but rationally, he felt that he couldn't ignore it. I think if this matter is really related to Bucky, then he should be arrested, but I will hire the best lawyers to help him fight the case. When the time comes, the judge will find him not guilty, or it will be better not to. Tony Stark touched his chin and said. For Tony Stark, who already has a large team of lawyers, there is nothing to worry about. In the United States, the law is just a tool for big men to play with. Not to mention that Bucky the Winter Soldier may be controlled when he committed the crime, even if he was conscious and committed the case. His lawyers have 100 ways to determine that Bucky the Winter Soldier has a mental illness. And if he is determined to have a mental illness, the guilt can be reduced. In addition, Bucky the Winter Soldier is also a soldier fighting for the country and was brainwashed by Hydra, which is enough to make the jury sympathize. Anyway, there are many ways to operate, and he is 80% sure that the Winter Soldier will be acquitted. This is the essence of the capitalist world. Captain America Rogers said gratefully, thank you, Tony. He knew that, if their analysis was true, then his good friend would not be completely untainted. It was good enough that he could get away with it. The key is still on Hydra. This Hydra is really guilty of heinous crimes. Hawkeye Barton said. Everyone nodded, especially Captain America Rogers. He now had only boundless killing intent towards Hydra. This organization that has harmed the world has not changed at all after so many years. It still deserves a beating. But before they could think about it, a video appeared in the diary. Captain America 3, X, Avengers 2.5. If we talk about the civil war of the Avengers, the scale of the two sides' mobilization is enough to be compared with the last Avengers Grand Assembly, so it is better to say that it is Avengers Assemble 2.5, rather than Captain America 3. This fight is earth-shattering. Dutch Spider also made his first appearance in this civil war. The father-son relationship between him and Tony Stark was also established for the first time in this environment. The biggest difference between Dutch Spider and Toby Spider and Garfield Spider is probably that he has a godfather like Tony Stark. What does it feel like to have a rich godfather? Probably like this. But it is precisely because he has such a godfather to protect him from the wind and rain. So compared with Toby Spider and Garfield Spider, his maturity is far from enough. Can you believe that after defeating Thanos, Dutch Spider actually went back to be a street hero? Although this is the normal direction of Spider-Man's timeline, this is too outrageous. Just after defeating Thanos, He just saved the universe, and the multiverse timeline exploded. He went back to be a street hero, and went to fight Kingpin. Can you believe it? In terms of strength, Kingpin and Daredevil fought back and forth. Fighting with Spider-Man, it really depends on Spider-Man's mercy. He didn't kill Kingpin with one punch. It may be that Peter Parker is really a good guy. At this point, I have to complain about the Amazing Spider-Man in the main universe. It is a piece of stinky shit. The content that best fits the name of a failed man in history. MJ cheated on Peter Parker for 4 years. Can you please go and watch the Ultimate Spider-Man in the next studio? They are all Spider-Man. How can they be so weird? Lin Feng's daily complaints and digressions make everyone feel a headache. Because Lin Feng is not like this just once or twice, he often digresses from time to time. The 5th update, 1050 votes and extra update. Chapter 145 Black Widow, are we movie characters? First update, please subscribe. Because Lin Feng was really recording his diary. In this era, few people would write diaries seriously, let alone write diaries without going off topic. How could anyone not go off topic? Even a few unsuccessful authors could go off topic when they set up a group to discuss issues, let alone write diaries. Several people really had a headache. While writing about the Civil War of the Avengers, they started to complain about Spider-Man again, and there was more than one Spider-Man. That was really a leap of thought. Can't he just talk about the facts, one by one? Hawkeye Barton complained. Black Widow Natasha smiled and said, but if his thoughts weren't so jumpy, talking about whatever he thought of, how could we know so many things? If he wrote a diary seriously, recording the weather, and what happened every day, we wouldn't know a lot of things. Everyone thought about it, since they also relied on Lin Feng's jumping thinking logic to learn a lot of information that they shouldn't know, so now they can only tolerate Lin Feng's jumping thinking. It seems that the scale of this civil war is very large, enough to be a big gathering of the Avengers. Black Widow Natasha said. As for Captain America 3, Avengers 2.5, etc., they were directly ignored by her. Lin Feng often uses some strange terms, all kinds of them, and they are already used to it. Even for them, they all have strange nicknames, all kinds of inexplicable jokes from nowhere. For example, there is a joke about her drinking bath water. She doesn't know where this joke came from, and she feels a little cold when she thinks about it. After all, who would drink other people's bath water? Isn't it strange? There are too many jokes. For example, occasionally, Captain America Rogers is called Tao Zhang, and no one knows what his origin is. So they are used to ignoring these seemingly insignificant information and obtaining the really important information. It should be shaking each other. It seems that there are really many people standing in line. Tony Stark stroked his forehead and felt a little headache. If this is true, then the scale of this civil war will be very shocking. But are we going to fight just for this? Tony Stark was a little confused. If the matter of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, could split the Avengers, then the Avengers would be too fragile. Is the matter of a Winter Soldier necessary? Even if someone was really killed, there are still ways to maintain it. But then he looked at the content below. Dutch Spider. This should be referring to the Spider-Man of their time and space, the Dutch Spider-Man. Although they don't know where this nickname comes from, they can tell it apart. In other words, the first appearance of this Dutch Spider was in this Civil War. From the point of time, Peter Parker, this kid, must be 13 or 14 years old to become Spider-Man. It is unlikely to be too young. From the age, it must be at least 14 or 15 years later, and it may even be 16 years. Tony Stark said. At that time, something big happened that led to the split of the Avengers. If it was related to Hydra, could it be the result of our final battle with Hydra in the normal timeline? Not impossible. Nick Fury frowned. But Tony, you actually became someone else's godfather, and you and Peter Parker are as close as father and son. I can't imagine it. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Indeed, with Tony Stark's unruly character, it was really hard for everyone to imagine that he would become someone else's godfather, or even protect others from the wind and rain. Tony Stark was also a little embarrassed, because he didn't have any such idea at the moment, and he even had some dink ideas. Not getting married and not having children was his current idea. He had money and could play everywhere, and no one wanted to be bound by children. In particular, the psychological shadow his father left on him was too great, which made him instinctively disgusted with the idea of starting a family. And what he never told others was that he was afraid of not being a good father. There is no doubt that his father Howard Stark did not set a good example for him, so he has no confidence in himself. He is afraid that he will become a father like his father. That is not good for himself and his children. He is afraid that he can't raise his own children well, let alone other people's children. But now Lin Feng's words seem to make him a good father. Maybe I will have different ideas when I get older. Tony Stark thought for a while and said, but that's a matter for the future. But Lin Feng's words reminded me that even if I have this idea in the future, I can't spoil my children too much, especially boys. If they don't experience enough setbacks, how can they grow up? Damn, I think I'm starting to sound more and more like my dad, but now I actually agree with his idea for the first time. Everyone found Tony Stark's entanglement funny. However, Tony Stark's statement does not seem to be unreasonable. The reason is very simple. You can see it from the performance of Spider-Man Peter Parker later. He even created a multiverse because of his chatter. But Tony, you have to know that he is just from an ordinary family, so he has not been trained to be able to save the world. Black Widow Natasha looked at Tony Stark meaningfully and then said, so you can't have too high expectations and be too harsh on him. Tony Stark immediately understood what Black Widow meant. The elite education that rich people in the United States receive is completely different from the happy education of ordinary people. Children from rich families are told that they are naturally part of the ruling world, so they have to study hard, they need to endure pain to gain knowledge, and the world needs them to rule and make contributions in the future. But children from ordinary families are only told to play, be free and happy. They are not expected, nor are they needed to save the world. In this environment, Peter Parker did not become a waste directly, which is worthy of his family environment of a poor family at the bottom. He is just a child. It seems that it is also a good choice for a child to be a street hero and fight Kingpin. The battlefield does not need a child, Hill said, because Lin Feng directly killed Kingpin. Kingpin's evaluation on everyone's side was unprecedentedly lowered, as if he was just a street gangster. In fact, he is indeed a gangster, just the gang leader. But he is not a child, he is a superhero. On the battlefield, no one will treat him as a child. Tony Stark objected fiercely. When the Chitauri invaded, would they let him go because of his age? When Dormammu swallowed the earth in one gulp, would they let him go because of his age? When Thanos restarted the universe, he would not let those children go either. Tony Stark said in a gradually faster tone. Besides, Lin Feng also said that he will be my successor in the future, the real and best candidate for the second generation of Iron Man. Since he has inherited my legacy in my spirit, he must not be just a child. I know this is cruel, but we have no choice. Unexpectedly, Captain America Rogers nodded and said, I think what Tony said is right. There is no age difference between people on the battlefield. From the day he became a superhero, he was a soldier. He cannot avoid his responsibilities, especially when all of us died in the battle. He needs to carry the banner. Don't forget that in Lin Feng's prophecy, we are afraid that we will all die. After being reminded of this, everyone finally remembered that they might die. Although the timeline may change now, they cannot ensure that they will survive in the future. He is our Spark, so we have high hopes for him. He is not an ordinary person. Although he is a child, you can't really treat him as a child. Everyone. Captain America Rogers directly made everyone speechless. It's cruel, but there's no choice. They can say that it's just a child, but when the Chitauri invade, when Thanos invades, when Dormammu invades, who will listen to his child's argument? Tony Stark sighed. He didn't expect that the person who could understand his thoughts the most was Captain America Rogers. But there are so many Spider-Men. In addition to those weird ones, the Spider-Men named Peter Parker, we now know Dutch Spider, Toby Spider, Garfield Spider, and now there are two more, the Amazing Spider-Man and the Ultimate Spider-Man. Are the names of these Spider-Men so cool? Hawkeye Barton turned his eyes to the rest of the text. Wow, this Amazing Spider-Man is really miserable. He was cheated on for 4 years. I really can't imagine that the little brat has a girlfriend and he was cheated on by his girlfriend for 4 years. That's really miserable. The men present can understand what it feels like to be cheated. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Especially since Peter Parker is still a child. It makes them feel even more pitiful. But this also proves that Lin Feng still has feelings for Spider-Man. Black Widow Natasha said. But why do I feel that in their universe, they are recording the stories of people like us in the multiverse and making them into movies, cartoons, etc. Chapter 146. Just tell me whether this scale of recruiting people can be considered as the Avengers Assembly. Second update. Please subscribe. Black Widow Natasha's words immediately caused everyone to gasp, because this is really possible. Because the universe where Lin Feng is can observe them, that is to say, what happened to them can be compiled into stories in another universe. For example, American TV series, Hollywood movies and the like. Now, what Lin Feng said is reasonable, isn't it? Hawkeye Barton said. For example, what about the first season, the second season, the third season, such as Captain America 3, Avengers 2.5? Is it possible that it is really some TV series, some movies or something? Hearing this, many people broke down, especially this logic is very smooth, and Lin Feng had mentioned the protagonist and supporting roles many times before. So there is a special TV series for Iron Man? Or a movie? So the person who plays me is called Robert Downey Jr.? Tony Stark said a little speechlessly. So it turns out that I'm not the most popular one. Spider-Man is the most popular one. This is what Marvel's own son means. All of a sudden, Tony Stark felt that his horizons were broadened and many of the puzzles that he couldn't figure out became clear. It turned out that the people in that universe brought their stories to the big screen, and even ordinary people like Lin Feng could see it. However, he still cared about one thing, why his story was not the most popular, why was he not handsome enough, or he was not charming enough, or his deeds of carrying rockets on his shoulders were not handsome enough. Why was he not the first? Why was Spider-Man the most popular? He was so angry. The key is that they didn't give the copyright. Hawkeye Barton said coldly. A mature civilization should not even give copyright fees. A mature civilization should not be free. At least give a subscription or something. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this, but no matter what, their story was brought to the screen, which was enough to prove their popularity. Maybe there really were many people who liked it in Lin Feng's universe. But no matter how they rewrite our story or snoop into our privacy, this is not the point. Nick Fury pulled everyone's spirit back and said, in his eyes, this is the same as them putting the stories of ancient people on the big screen. Knowing this will not help them solve the problem of future civil war. He really wants to figure out why the Avengers will split in the future and why there will be such a big problem. Captain America and the Winter Soldier are really in love. For the Winter Soldier, he can completely break with the entire Avengers. But based on the scale of this battle, do you think it can be considered Avengers 2.5? When everyone saw this, their faces changed slightly, even including Thor in the Heavenly Palace, because he is also a member of the Avengers and will become the top warrior of the Avengers in the future. Now that he sees that the Avengers are going to split, he still feels uncomfortable. The God King Odin is very calm about this, because in his eyes, this is something that will happen sooner or later, because the Avengers are said to have 3 giants, including his own stupid son, who has 3 heads. But in fact, if you look at the content of this series of videos and diaries, you will find that the Avengers actually have 2 heads. One is Captain America Rogers, and the other is Tony Stark. And his silly son is just a representative of the top combat power. In the Avengers, he does not have much appeal. One represents the financial sponsor, and the other represents a certain team spirit. One material, one spiritual. These 2 are indispensable, but the problem is that no head can unify the 2 people. Nick Fury, who originally had hope, could not do it because he was a weak chicken and had no combat power. In an organization whose existence goal is to fight, no combat power is equal to nothing. Nick Fury's cohesive effect has almost disappeared after the establishment of the Avengers, and he can't control one of the 2 people. And if a person has 2 heads, it is inevitable to fight, and fight to the point of life and death. This kind of thing is not surprising at all. For example, he and the goddess of death Hela fought to the death for this reason, and Hela was sealed in the underworld by him. They are still father and daughter, but in order to compete for leadership, all kinds of contradictions and conflicts will break out. Moreover, the two seem to have opposite spirits and beliefs. So all this will happen sooner or later, and they will gather again, to achieve the effect of the three giants fighting Thanos at the age of 18. In essence, it is just because Thanos is too powerful, and forcibly brings two people with completely different ideas together. An organization can only have one head and one idea. Once there are two, it is only a matter of time before it splits. However, he did not expose all this. He wanted to see when his stupid son could understand this level. For a king, this is almost a basic compulsory course, not just the so-called kindness, love, and justice. Strength is only the most basic ability among them, and he still has a lot to learn. A video appeared in front of everyone, and everyone clicked it to see. At the beginning of the picture, there was an abandoned and dilapidated factory. Captain America Rogers and Falcon Sam quickly ran towards the suppressed Winter Soldier Bucky. In order to prevent him from suddenly attacking, he simply suppressed his entire arm. Steve, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, saw Captain America Rogers and spoke with difficulty. Captain America Rogers outside the screen was even more surprised and excited. It turned out that he was really his good friend, Bucky Barnes. It was really an unimaginable surprise to be able to see him now. And looking at his appearance, he was actually very young, about the same age as himself. This shows that what Tony Stark said just now was right. After his friend was captured by Hydra, he probably underwent some kind of transformation, which is why he was able to survive until now. Which Bucky am I talking to? Captain America Rogers said. Your mother's name is Sarah. You used to put newspapers in your shoes. Hearing this, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, showed a bit of nostalgia and a wry smile, and said, you won't talk about this in the museum. Captain America Rogers immediately confirmed that this was the normal friend he knew, Bucky Barnes. That's it? Are we okay? Falcon Sam said a little speechlessly. What did I do? Winter Soldier Bucky asked. Not a small amount. Captain America Rogers said. Oh my god, I knew it would be like this. Bucky said a little helplessly. What Hydra instilled in me is still there, he just needs to say a few words. Captain America Rogers outside the screen was excited. He was right. His friend was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra. He was not a bad person in essence. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Because Lin Feng's diary said that Captain America broke with the Avengers because of Bucky the Winter Soldier. If Bucky the Winter Soldier was an unforgivable person, it would be difficult for them to do it. If they didn't kill him, they would be sorry for the people and their superiors. If they killed him, they would be completely opposed to Captain America Rogers. They didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Captain America completely. But if this Winter Soldier Bucky was brainwashed and controlled by someone, then this level would be easy to pass. At least they would have no psychological obstacles, and could help find relevant evidence. So the reason for the civil war in the Avengers was just a misunderstanding? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. Then this misunderstanding is really big. You two obviously have mouths, but how come you look the same? Tony Stark and Captain America Rogers were speechless. They were also a little speechless. This was indeed a bit outrageous. They didn't know how to explain it, because they hadn't experienced it yet. But if it was just that simple, then they just needed to grow a mouth to explain it. Who is he? Captain America Rogers asked hurriedly in the picture. I don't know. Winter Soldier Bucky shook his head and said. The explosion that framed you killed many people. Captain America Rogers said. The doctor took a lot of effort just to stay with you for 10 minutes. You can't just say, I don't know. He wants to know about Siberia. Winter Soldier Bucky thought for a while, then said. He wants to know the specific location of where I'm imprisoned. Why does he want to know this? Captain America Rogers asked. Captain America Rogers' eyes lit up outside the picture and immediately recorded this point. So his friend Winter Soldier Bucky was imprisoned in Siberia? With this clue, the remaining search is still not easy, but it is better than looking for a needle in a haystack. Hydra has a base in Siberia? It is really amazing. Black Widow Natasha said. It parasitizes us and Russia. The two superpowers after the war are parasitized by them. It is really as they say. If you cut off one head, two heads will grow. I seem to understand why Lin Feng is afraid of them. Maybe it is not because they can fight, but because they are troublesome. Everyone nodded, especially Nick Fury, because it was because of this that he only investigated and did not directly turn against them, because he was afraid that if the grass is not cut off, it will grow again in the spring breeze. By then, Hydra will quietly lie dormant again, and it will be even more troublesome to find it. Because I'm not the only Winter Soldier. At this time, Winter Soldier Bucky broke the news of something even more shocking. Chapter 147. Are you afraid of hundreds of American captains? 3 more updates. Please subscribe. Winter Soldier. That is what Lin Feng called Winter Soldier. There are more than one. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, this should be the secret weapon of Hydra. It can be seen from Bucky Barnes' situation that these Winter Soldiers must not be ordinary special forces. Because if it is just a special force of that level, then let alone Hydra, even SHIELD has many such special forces. Outside, they are all elite special forces. Although each of these special forces costs a lot to build, their value is not to the extent that they need to extend their lifespan and let them live for decades. Special forces of this level can be promoted from ordinary people. And this is exactly what Tony Stark said just now. It should be the real trump card in the hands of Hydra. And there is more than one trump card. They can be carefully maintained for decades at a huge cost. I think these Winter Soldiers should be very powerful. Even if they are not as good as Captain America, they should not be too far behind. Again, if we can't reach a level close to Captain America, there is no need to spend a lot of money to maintain it. Fortunately, we didn't do it directly. Nick Fury thought to himself. Not to mention reaching the level of Captain America, even if it is just close to Captain America's level, it is a huge trouble for the current shield. Captain America's combat power has attracted everyone's attention after his return. It is indeed not as good as those terrifying monsters mentioned in Lin Feng's diary. However, compared with ordinary people, it is so powerful that ordinary people can't even imagine. During World War II, Captain Rogers often led the Howling Commandos as a spearhead, often defeating a battalion or a regiment by himself. The only difference is time. As long as he is given time, all of this can be done. There are more than one such person. Even if there is only one team, it is a huge trouble for the current shield, especially when they lurk and sabotage. The consequences are disastrous. It seems that it is very likely to be in another timeline, after Hydra was wiped out by us. Tony Stark said. The doctor that Bucky the Winter Soldier mentioned is obviously not Hydra. If it was Hydra, they would not do these meaningless actions, including wanting to ask the location of the Winter Soldier, and controlling and framing him to make him do the bombing. I feel that it may not be directed at others, but at our Avengers. Everyone nodded. This so-called doctor actually used such a bizarre and tortuous method to frame a person who had died decades ago according to official records, and exposed the existence of Bucky the Winter Soldier, so that everyone knew about it. Obviously, it was aimed at splitting the Avengers. And all this is, just as Lin Feng mentioned in his diary. After Bucky the Winter Soldier did this, Captain America Rogers undoubtedly wanted to protect his good brother. But what about Tony Stark? He has a big family and a big business, and he has to face pressure at the government level. In the end, he can only choose to hunt down Bucky the Winter Soldier. Then the two sides stand on opposite sides, and the split of the Avengers is inevitable. This is no longer a misunderstanding caused by simply not being able to speak up. It can be done by talking it out. It has already involved things on other levels. This is their biggest headache. Could it be that Tony Stark really doesn't listen to any opinions at all, and doesn't listen to Captain America Rogers' explanation at all, which has led to all this? Who are they? Captain America Rogers heard the Winter Soldier's statement for the first time, so he asked. But his face was extremely solemn. Elite Suicide Squad. Winter Soldier Bucky said. The most murders in Hydra's history, and that was before the injection of the serum. Have they all become like you? Falcon Sam said. Worse. Winter Soldier Bucky said. Can that doctor control them? Captain America asked. Almost. Bucky said. He said he wants to see an empire destroyed. Captain America was frightened at the thought, and the opponent was obviously more terrible than he imagined. Bucky said to Captain America, "Roger, seriously, if someone helps, he can do it. They know 30 languages, come and go without leaving a trace, infiltrate, assassinate, subvert. They can destroy an empire overnight and catch you off guard." Obviously, he should be talking about the elite special forces of Hydra. "This would have been much simpler a week ago," said Falcon Sam. Captain America Roger said, "If we tell Tony, Falcon Sam has a different opinion, he won't believe it. Even if he believes it, can the agreement allow him to help? We can only rely on ourselves." Captain America Roger said. Falcon Sam shrugged and said, "That may not be the case. I know someone." Seeing this, Tony Stark said, "Stop. After pausing the video, Tony Stark said, "First of all, there are several questions here. First, serum. What serum? Super soldier serum? Has Hydra developed such a plan? Or some other serum or something? The super soldier serum was originally developed by Hydra. It is normal for them to redevelop it now, but if that is the case, then the combat effectiveness of these winter soldiers should be comparable to that of Captain America." Nick Fury said. This conclusion is the same as what they had speculated before. That is, these winter soldiers must not be ordinary soldiers, otherwise Hydra would not have needed to keep them until now. Wow, so to speak, don't we have to face a bunch of Captain America in the future? Hawkeye Barton said exaggeratedly. "It really gives me a headache just thinking about it, even a headache to the point of exploding. Especially Hawkeye and Captain America have been working together to fight criminals recently. He is very clear about Captain America's skills. For ordinary people, it is a life or death mission, but if it is given to Captain America Rogers, he may even be able to complete the mission without any injury and come back. This is the biggest difference. One Captain America is like this, let alone a group of Captain America. But if Hydra really has such strength, why didn't they use it?" Coulson said. "And it has been 70 years. Hydra has the support of our shield and has absorbed a lot of resources. Logically speaking, even if they can only produce a few tubes of serum every year, how many 70 years are there? At least there are hundreds of such super soldiers. To exaggerate, they can subvert the United States." Coulson's words are not exaggerated at all. If there are hundreds of masters of Captain America's level, it is indeed impossible for him to completely conquer the United States. However, in a short period of time, it is still very easy to catch all the high-level people in the United States and kill them all in a certain occasion. But they didn't, which means there must be some restrictions. For example, the difficulty of making this serum is more difficult than they imagined. For example, the stock is limited, but the production method has been lost. In short, there should not be many super soldiers in Hydra's hands, maybe even less than 10. Tony Stark said. If the number is large enough, they don't have to spend a huge price to preserve this Bucky from World War II to the present, so I guess they must have a huge problem in the middle. Tony Stark didn't expect that he might have accidentally hit some problems. But speaking of it, didn't SHIELD try to copy the super soldier serum after World War II? Tony Stark asked. This question made Nick Fury a little embarrassed, because this is also a secret of SHIELD, but considering that those who are not their own people are also half of their own people, and before Captain America woke up, they secretly got some of Captain America's blood, skin tissue, and hair tissue, all in order to replicate the super soldier serum. If he said no, Tony Stark would definitely not believe it. This guy's character never speculates about others with the greatest malice, whether it was when speculating about Lin Feng or Nick Fury. Yes, but there is no result. Nick Fury sighed. In fact, every director of SHIELD has established related projects, including him. He has also carried out related projects after taking office, but there is no physical reference, no formula, and no help from the researchers who participated in the development at the beginning. There are almost only some fragmentary information, which cannot be copied at all. It was only recently that some progress was made, and this was only because of the help of Captain America Rogers as a reference. In this regard, Captain America Rogers did not change his face, and was not angry at all, even if he did some experiments with his hair and blood. These things happened more than once during World War II, when the United States tried to replicate the super soldier serum. In addition, he is a traditional soldier, and the super soldier serum was not developed by him, but a national asset, so he naturally had nothing to say. And this agreement? What agreement? Tony Stark said. In other words, what kind of agreement will we sign in the future? And this agreement does not allow us to help? Tony Stark frowned. His future self would actually sign an agreement? There is no doubt that this agreement should be signed by the government, and if this agreement can deter them, it is likely that it is an agreement specifically set up for them, the superheroes. But he couldn't think of why his future self would agree to such a treaty that obviously imprisoned superheroes. Chapter 148, Spider-Man's first appearance, updated. Please subscribe. There are more and more things that can be analyzed here, but at the same time, the more things that are analyzed, the more questions there are, and there are all kinds of question marks in my head. Also, Captain, do you really think I'm so unreasonable? Tony Stark looked at Captain America Rogers and said, do I have to stand on the side of the government and can't listen to a normal speech? Tony Stark was targeting the fact that Captain America recognized the words of Falcon Sam in the video. He would not believe what Captain America said. He did not expect Captain America Rogers to have such a low level of trust in him. When facing him and the government, Tony Stark instinctively felt that Tony Stark would choose to stand on the side of the government. Captain America Rogers remained silent. He had no way to lie, let alone go against his conscience. The reason was very simple. He really believed in the American free thought, and the underlying color of this thought was that the US government was a combination of a group of bastards, and the capitalists were a group of bastards who were even more bastards than the bastards in these governments. Only people's self-government is the kingly way. So he probably understood what his future self was thinking. He felt that once he had to choose between himself and the US government, Tony Stark would definitely choose the US government. It was that simple. Okay, I'll let you know who I am, Tony Stark said helplessly when he saw this. This man is really an antique and stubborn. It's not easy to change his mind, but the more so, the more capable he seems, isn't it? The scene changed, and Ross, who was promoted to Secretary of State in a suit and tie, approached with a firm step. I guess you don't know where they are? Bruce Banner saw him, and almost couldn't control the Hulk in his body to burst out. Because this is his old father-in-law, General Ross. He is also the root cause of all his current tragedies. It was him who made him such a monster, and it was also him who separated himself from his girlfriend, and it was also him who mobilized troops to pursue him for many years. You will know, the Border Defense Team 9 is guarding the border, Tony Stark said. Reconnaissance planes are also searching around the clock. You don't understand, Stark. This is not your business. Secretary of State Ross said with a little indifference. You obviously can't handle this objectively. I want the special forces to be responsible. Black Widow Natasha said very dissatisfiedly. What if there is a firefight? Are you going to kill Steve Rogers? Secretary of State Ross shrugged and said, if he doesn't surrender, if it weren't for Rogers, we would have eliminated Barnes in Romania. Some people shouldn't have died because of this. Secretary of State Ross said aggressively. Think about the facts I said. I don't mean to offend, but this matter cannot be solved by force. Ross. Tony Stark retorted. You want us to catch him? Then what is the difference between this result and the last time? Secretary of State Ross asked. This time, I won't act in plain clothes. Tony Stark said. 72 hours, I promise. 36 hours. Secretary of State Ross issued a final ultimatum and said. Rogers. Barnes. Wilson. Reading these names, Secretary Ross left. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief and said, my left arm is numb. Is this normal? Are you okay? Natasha came to his side and greeted him. No problem. Tony Stark said. 36 hours, my god. We are seriously short of manpower. Black Widow said. Yeah, if the Hulk is here, that would be great. Do you have any clues about him? Tony Stark asked. Then do you think he will stand on our side? Black Widow asked back. Tony Stark thought about it and probably knew that it was impossible. After all, he had heard about the love-hate relationship between the two father-in-law and son-in-law. I have an idea. Me too. Why can't I find it? Could it be the Hulk? Bruce Banner touched his chin. If it was him, it would be easy to find. He couldn't live alone and be completely isolated from the world. But if it was the Hulk, where could such a big green guy hide? He could still hide, but Hulk didn't have the intelligence and control. So it looked very strange at this time. So, what happened in the future that made him not participate in the Avengers Civil War? Thor also had such doubts because he didn't see his role in this matter, as if he disappeared. The two top combat forces of the Avengers disappeared in this Civil War of the Avengers. We will have to recruit people later, Tony Stark said with a serious face. There is no doubt that as things continue to escalate, both sides are ready to recruit people. Both sides feel that their combat forces are insufficient, so they have to start looking for other people. As they had guessed before, the Avengers split into two halves, and the leaders were Captain America Rogers and Tony Stark. Nick Fury saw this scene, although he still felt a headache, but he was also slightly relieved. Although the two sides were about to fight, at least they didn't want to kill each other directly, which showed that they still had feelings. It's just because of various practical reasons that they have to be hostile. At this point, he has sorted out the cause and effect of the development of the matter. Obviously, it was the American captain's good friend Bucky who made the explosion under the control of Hydra, causing many people to die tragically, and the government was looking for him. And the American Captain Rogers stood on the side of the Winter Soldier, wanted to help him, and also had to deal with the mysterious doctor, which angered the government. The government wanted to deal with them. In order to prevent them from dying at the hands of the government, Tony Stark simply went out in person. Obviously, such confrontation was a last resort. But Nick Fury noticed another problem, that is, where did he go in the picture? Why did neither of the two parties think of him and want to find him to solve it? You know, he, the director of SHIELD, is very powerful in the government, even in front of the 5 major countries of the Security Council. He is very impressive. None of the two came to him. What does that mean? Even the black sister Natasha didn't think of coming to him, which is not normal. He thought of something that made him feel terrified when he thought about it carefully. Could he be dead by that time? This is not impossible, because from Lin Feng's diary, we know that many people in the first generation of the Avengers may have died, and could he, the director of SHIELD, be one of them? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why he is alive and allows these things to happen. However, before he could think about it, the scene changed, and they had arrived in Queens, New York City. A figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Peter Parker, who had grown up. In other words, it was Peter Parker who was 13 or 14 years old and looked younger than the Peter Parker who was about to go to college. Peter Parker in the picture returned home and saw Aunt May and said, "Hey, Aunt May." "Hey, Peter, did school go well today?" Aunt May asked. "Not bad," Peter Parker answered, and went into his house. There is a luxury car parked outside. Before he finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man next to his Aunt May looking at him. "Mr. Parker," Tony Stark said with a smile. "What? Why are you here?" Obviously, Peter Parker had recognized who was in front of him. The famous Iron Man Tony Stark. "It's time for us to meet. Did you receive my email?" Tony Stark said with a wink. Received it. Peter Parker was obviously a smart man. He immediately understood what was going on and said. The two chatted for a while and deceived Aunt May before entering Peter Parker's room. Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker's room and said, "What is this? Retro technology? Second-hand store? Savior army? I picked up garbage." Peter Parker said quickly, "Are you a garbage truck driver?" Tony Stark said teasingly, "Yes, I am." Peter Parker said a little helplessly, "Whatever, I definitely didn't apply for your fund. I'll go first." Tony Stark interrupted Peter Parker and spoke first. "I have a rhetorical question for you. This is you." Tony Stark took out his mobile phone, and a clip was projected on the mobile phone in 3D, a video of Spider-Man fighting crime on the street. "No, what do you mean?" Peter Parker immediately denied it, and he began to panic. He had never told anyone about his secret as Spider-Man. He didn't expect that Tony Stark would reveal it as soon as he met him. "That's you," Tony Stark said with certainty. "Look at your movements. Wow, you caught it beautifully. It's not easy to catch a 3,000-pound car at 40 miles per hour. You are amazing." In the video, Spider-Man caught a speeding car. His performance was really amazing and terrifying. Peter Parker was also brainstorming rapidly in his mind at this time, as if he wanted to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility. He hurriedly said, This is all on YouTube, right? You found it there, right? These are all fake. They are computer special effects. Just like that video. What is it? Peter Parker explained incoherently. Tony Stark listened to all this and didn't comment at all. He said, yes, it's just like the flying saucer over Phoenix, right? Chapter 149, Unprecedented Scale of Superhero Gathering, second update, please subscribe. Tony Stark said, and he poked out Peter Parker's battlesuit. Now, it's good, there's no denying it. So, you are the Spider-Man? Tony Stark said with a smile. The spider who fights criminals, Spider-Boy. There is no doubt that the older and more experienced Tony Stark completely dominated this conversation and led Peter Parker by the nose. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this fight. It's Spider-Man. Peter Parker was a little embarrassed and annoyed. What, Spider-Man or something? It's too ugly. Just wearing this one-piece pajamas and still called a hero. Tony Stark instinctively complained. In terms of chattering, Tony Stark is not the first, but in terms of venom, he can definitely compete for the first place. This is not a one-piece pajamas. Peter Parker immediately retorted, and then said, Mr. Stark, I think I'm pretty smooth today. I didn't miss the subway, picked up a good quality DVD player effortless, and easily passed the algebra test. Peter Parker couldn't help but mutter. Who else knows? Does anyone know? Tony Stark interrupted his mumbling. Even your extremely charming aunt doesn't know? No, she doesn't know. If she knew, she would go crazy. Once she goes crazy, I will go crazy too. Peter Parker explained. He was a little afraid that his Aunt May would know these things. Do you know why I think this net is amazing? Because it has a very high tensile strength. Who made it? Tony Stark also felt that Peter Parker was indeed quite insightful. He was able to develop such a product at such a young age, which was not much worse than when he was a child. How did you climb the wall? Sticky gloves. Peter Parker also talked about his own experience. Since that incident, my perception has become very sensitive. I can receive too much information, so wearing that can help me concentrate. You urgently need to upgrade your equipment. Tony Stark suggested. From head to toe, systematic upgrade, all refurbished. I'm here for this. What is your motivation? I mean, what makes you get up early every morning to do this? Tony Stark had a bit of curiosity on his face. Peter Parker said nervously, because my life has been very ordinary. 6 months ago, I got this ability. I read books. I use the computer. Peter Parker expressed his troubles, the troubles of an adolescent boy. Tony Stark looked at the little guy in the picture who seemed to be talking to his elders, and suddenly felt his heart was it. He seemed to understand why they could become the father and son that Lin Feng said in the future. Facing such a child, it is really hard for people to be cruel, especially when thinking that he lost all his relatives and only had Aunt May, who was not related by blood. Especially afterwards, Peter Parker said a feeling that made everyone look at him with new eyes. When you have this ability, but do nothing, the bad things that happen afterwards are your responsibility. A group of superheroes may have such thoughts vaguely, but no one can summarize their thoughts so accurately in one sentence. Tony Stark immediately invited Peter Parker to join their Avengers team. After Tony Stark called 4 people, it was Captain America Roger's turn to call 4 people. In the Avengers base, Vision and Scarlet Witch Wanda were in a mansion. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside, and a burst of fire shot up into the sky. Then, everyone saw 2 figures in the firelight, one with red skin, wearing a tights and a cape. The other was the Scarlet Witch Wanda who had grown up a little. What's going on? Wanda asked. Please stay here, Vision said and passed through the wall. Who is this guy? Tony Stark said to Vision, who had a human form, but obviously did not look like a normal human. What made him feel even more abnormal was that this guy's voice was so similar to Jarvis. This is not right. In the picture, Wanda seemed to sense something and cast chaos magic to instantly control a fruit knife to fly out, almost hitting the person who came. This person was none other than Hawkeye Barton. It seems I should knock on the door, Hawkeye Barton said with a smile. Oh my god. Scarlet Witch said in shock. She did not expect to see Hawkeye Barton here. What are you doing here? My children are going to be disappointed. Hawkeye Barton shot 2 arrows into the room and said, I was supposed to take them to ice skating, but the captain needs our help. Let's go. Tony Stark outside the screen looked at Hawkeye Barton. Obviously, the people here also began to take sides. In addition to Bruce Banner's disappearance, the rest of the people had to follow the two and go to different camps. Although Tony Stark also knew that Captain America had more opportunities to fight side by side with them, he still felt very disappointed at this time. Hawkeye Barton shrugged his shoulders. He had no choice. He didn't want to separate, but if he had to choose one, he would definitely choose his comrade in arms. Wanda looked at the diary video and found that she was also there. She was a little surprised. It seemed that at that time, her future self should have been completely integrated into the Avengers. In the picture, Vision has returned, called out to both of them, and said, Clint, you shouldn't have come. Really? I've only retired for 5 minutes, and the world is in chaos. Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said. Vision just looked at him, then gradually approached, saying, please consider the consequences of your actions. Okay, I've considered it. Hawkeye Barton looked at him and said. Vision approached step by step, but was blocked by the trap that Hawkeye Barton had set up long ago. It was the 2 arrows that formed an electric current and blocked Vision. Okay, we are leaving. Hawkeye Barton knew that this would not stop the other party for long, and hurriedly pulled Wanda to leave. But soon he found that Wanda did not keep up, and shouted, this way. I've caused enough trouble. Wanda said guiltily. Although it cannot be said that it was directly because of her, it was indeed because of her that the Sokovia incident happened, resulting in countless casualties, and now she dare not go out. Staying here is both a confinement for her and a protection for her. Hawkeye Barton ran back helplessly and said, you have to help Wanda. If you are unhappy, you might as well go to high school. If you want to make up for it, take action immediately. However, he immediately noticed that Vision broke free from his restraints and cursed inwardly. Shit. Vision chased him directly, showing his powerful fighting power, and was even able to change his form between reality and illusion, and directly controlled Hawkeye Barton. Hawkeye Barton, who was outside the screen, was also a little embarrassed to see this scene. Although he knew that his fighting power was indeed at the bottom among the Avengers, the problem was that anyone who came out could crush him in terms of fighting power. This felt really bad. Maybe I really should try some transformation? Hawkeye Barton said a little depressed. Clint, you can't beat me. Vision firmly controlled Hawkeye Barton and said. Hawkeye Barton said, I know, but she can. It was Wanda who took action. She summoned chaos magic and said to Vision, Vision, that's enough, let him go, I'm leaving. I can't let you go. Vision shook his head and said. But he was still controlled by Wanda. He could only say while being controlled, if you do that, the world will be afraid of you forever. Faced with such admonition, Wanda said, I can't control their fear, but I can control my own. As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked Vision to the bottom of the building. The scene turned again, and Captain America Rogers brought Falcon Sam and Winter Soldier Bucky to find Sharon Carter, and relied on Sharon Carter to steal everyone's equipment. After that, he drove the small truck to meet Hawkeye Barton and Wanda. At this time, in front of everyone, a brand new character appeared, Ant-Man Scott language. But before they left, they were discovered by Tony Stark and others, and the entire German international airport had been evacuated. Captain America, who had changed his equipment, walked out of the airport, and Iron Man Tony Stark and Iron Patriot stopped him. Wow, it's really strange to meet acquaintances everywhere, don't you think it's strange? Very strange. Iron Man and Iron Patriot sang in unison, quite like the North American branch of Dayan Club. Listen to me, Tony, that psychiatrist is the mastermind behind this. Captain America tried to explain. At this time, a figure in a black tight combat suit jumped down. Captain, he said coldly. It was none other than Black Panther T'Challa. At this time, the people outside the screen were a little overwhelmed. There is no doubt that many new superheroes that came out in one breath were people they had never seen before and did not know at all. There were only 3 people who had never appeared before, including Black Panther T'Challa, Ant-Man Scott, and Vision. Others they had seen, but had not really known, were Spider-Man Peter Parker and Scarlet Witch Wanda. With this scale, I understand why Lin Feng called this the Avengers 2.5. Hawkeye Barton said, "I don't think I have ever seen so many superheroes at once. Even when the Chitauri invaded, there was no such a large gathering of superheroes. Happy New Year everyone." Chapter 150, Civil War breaks out. Dazzling. 3 updates. Please subscribe. Everyone nodded. The Avengers were established ahead of schedule because of Lin Feng. But there really is no collective action at present. Basically, everyone is doing their own thing. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing their own tasks, and Tony Stark is doing his own chivalrous tasks. Basically, everyone has their own things to do. There is no assembly. The last time I saw an assembly was when the Chitauri invaded. When such a scale is gathered together, it is not just a 1-2 person internal conflict. It is completely a civil war. Your Majesty. Looking at this figure, Captain America Rogers said helplessly, "Well, here comes another super strong man. Anyway, Ross gave me 36 hours to take you back," said Iron Man Tony Stark. "It's been 24 hours now. Help your brother. You caught the wrong person." Captain America couldn't help but say. But Iron Man Tony Stark said, "Your judgment is flawed. Your old comrade killed many innocent people yesterday. There are 5 more super soldiers like him. I can't let that doctor find him first. I can't." Captain America said. He knew what he was doing. He was preventing a bigger crisis. "Steve, you know what's going to happen next." Black Widow appeared and whispered, "Are you going to fight your way out this time?" Steve Rogers looked around. Before he could speak, Iron Man Tony Stark couldn't help it and said, "Okay, I don't have patience, underwear baby." He didn't have that patience anymore. Secretary of State Ross didn't have much time left for him. At this time, a spider silk appeared directly, sucked Captain America Rogers' shield from his hand, and completed a rotation in midair, and landed on the roof of the car. This time, his battle suit had been transformed. There was no doubt that this was the work of Tony Stark. "Well done, kid." Tony Stark praised. Facing Tony Stark's praise, Spider-Man seemed a little nervous. Once he got nervous, he started to talk a lot and started to nag. "There were some problems with landing. I'm not used to the new suit yet. But these are all minor problems, Mr. Stark. The suit is perfect, thank you." However, he was interrupted by Tony Stark. He said helplessly, "We don't have to start chatting." Obviously, Tony Stark has experienced Spider-Man's chatterboxness during this period. "Okay, Captain, I'm Spider-Man, and I'm your fan." Spider-Man also got excited when he saw Captain America Rogers. Both Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain America Steve Rogers are his idols. Seeing 2 idols at once made the little guy very excited. "Okay, let's talk later." Tony Stark was speechless and said directly, "You're so busy." Captain America Rogers said calmly, "You're so stupid." Tony Stark couldn't help but said angrily, "You drag Clint into this. You save Wanda from the place she doesn't want to leave. A safe place. I'm trying to stop you from splitting up the Avengers." Tony Stark became more and more angry. He was trying to mend the cracks in the Avengers and clean up their messes. But what about them? They were making trouble for themselves day by day. "When you signed, we were already split," Captain America Rogers said lightly. At this point in the picture, Tony Stark had nothing to say, knowing that he couldn't be persuaded. As for whether to sign or not, the conflict between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. "Hand over Barnes, and then come with us. Right now, it's still us now," Tony Stark said directly. "Otherwise, a detachment of the Joint Special Operations Command will be dispatched, and they will not show mercy, please." Tony Stark was making a final effort to try to resolve the matter peacefully. He believed that he had such a responsibility and obligation, but Captain America's counterattack was coming. Falcon Sam has found the location of the Quinjet they want to take, and Ant-Man Scott has also started to act. Civil War breaks out. Everyone outside the screen is nervous. It is indeed similar to what they speculated before. It is really related to the agreement. Because of those agreements, Tony Stark has to be controlled by the official, and has to work for the official to capture Bucky the Winter Soldier, and even has to fight with Captain America Rogers. But Tony Stark is also thinking about a question. What happened on Earth, that he agreed to such an outrageous plan? Anyway, if it were him now, he would never even think about it. If you want him to agree to such a plan, it is better to kill him. And the others have also understood that at this point, civil war is inevitable. The two sides are completely at odds and each talks about their own things. Each of them has something that they think is very important. Especially both sides think that what they have to deal with is the most important thing at the moment. What Captain America Rogers is concerned about is that if the remaining 5 Winter Soldiers are awakened, the consequences will be disastrous. It is true that these 5 people can subvert the political situation of a small country by joining hands. But for Tony Stark, he only cares about whether his comrades are safe. If Captain America Rogers is still unwilling to compromise, a special military team will personally take action when the blade is cut. Captain America is courting death and taking a group of people with him. He does not believe what Captain America Rogers says at all, and does not care about the life and death of Winter Soldier Bucky at all. Under normal circumstances, they still have time to think, debate, and discuss this issue, but now both sides are too pressed for time and only believe that they are right. Both are too confident and too distrustful of each other. Captain America Rogers glanced at Tony Stark, and the meaning was very clear, which was to respond to Tony Stark's question to him just now. Tony Stark would not believe it, and sure enough, he really did not believe it. He felt that Captain America was brainwashed and deceived by the Winter Soldier. Tony Stark was also speechless. He did not know why his future self could not listen to a word. Perhaps it was because Ross pressed too hard that he had no time to distinguish whether Captain America Rogers' words were true or false. At this time, a figure appeared in the screen, attracting Nick Fury's attention. It was Ant-Man Scott Lang, who first became the size of an ant, then suddenly became larger, kicked Spider-Man away, and snatched the shield from his hand. What is that? Many people outside the screen exclaimed, how can it be bigger and smaller? This is undoubtedly another new superpower they have never seen before. Only Nick Fury's eyes widened, because this ability is exactly what Ant-Man and Wasp have. He is the top of S.H.I.E.L.D., so apart from some secrets hidden by Hydra, there is almost nothing he doesn't know. He knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. once had such a pair of agents, Ant-Man and Wasp. Among them, Ant-Man Hank Pym developed Pym particles that can make people bigger and smaller. It can be said that he was one of the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time. Later, according to the archives, an accident occurred when they were sent to perform a mission. To be precise, it was Wasp who had an accident and never came back. Only Hank Pym knew what happened specifically, but he didn't say it, so the records of S.H.I.E.L.D. only recorded her disappearance. After that, Hank Pym left S.H.I.E.L.D. and founded Pym Technology. He was drifting away from S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't expect to see Ant-Man here again, but judging from his age, he should be the second generation Ant-Man. Because if it was still Hank Pym, he would probably be an old man in his 60s. If he was asked to fight in person, he would probably die before he even started. What's going on? War Machine Rhodes didn't figure out what was going on. Once the Avengers Civil War started, it was out of control. People outside the screen saw a dazzling battle. Every superhero contributed a very amazing fighting power, far exceeding ordinary people. Especially when both sides did not want to kill each other, they still held back apart, but it was still very exciting, especially when they were fighting and talking at the same time. The battle had already gone from the ground to the sky. Several new superheroes showed amazing fighting power at this time, which made people look at them with admiration. Whether it is the high-tech flying wings of Falcon Sam or the amazing strength of Spider-Man Peter Parker, there is also the strength of ancient martial arts displayed by Black Panther. Wanda's own extraordinary potential of chaos magic is also shown for the first time. Seeing this fierce battle, Thor even felt a kind of blood boiling, eager to try, wanting to participate in this civil war of the Avengers. Seeing his son's appearance, Odin didn't know what he was thinking. In Asgard, he is a very famous fighting maniac. It can be said that anyone with a little fighting power in Asgard will inevitably be caught by Thor to fight. Wow, it's really a great battle. I also want to participate. Thor couldn't help saying. Then he was patted on the head by Odin and then said, those are your current teammates or future teammates. If they fight each other, can it be a good thing for you? This is not an ordinary team competition. If they continue to fight like this, maybe they will want to show mercy at the beginning, but sooner or later, something will happen. All the best in the new year. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.